10 seconds? Cool. Hello, everyone. Thank you all for tuning in to the Asian Justice Rally online program. My name is Brian Pang. My pronouns are he, him. And my co-host here is Jimmy Hua with Chris Lin and, oh, 1 second. My audio is running there. My co-host here is Jimmy Hua with Chris Lin and Ghislaine Chan on production. The Asian Justice Rally is a nationwide rally held today on January 30th on the anniversary of 84-year-old Thai grandfather Vicha Ratanapakdeed's death. Today's rally commemorates Mr. Ratanapakdee, Michelle Go, Christian Hall, Yaupan Ma, and countless more victims of anti-Asian violence, and for us to take collective action to fight anti-Asian hate and racism. Mr. Ratanapakdeed's death, which was caught on CCTV camera, also marked the beginning of the Stop Asian Hate movement. As such, we want to refocus the public towards the persistent issue of anti-Asian violence and racism at the 1-year anniversary of the Stop Asian Hate movement. Today's rally will also inspire a conversation among Asian American leaders about the next steps in advancing the Asian American movement. So many victims and senseless deaths. Let's make sure we're honoring their lives and their legacies will continue to live on through our collective community actions. Let's not let their stories be reduced to a statistic, to an afterthought, to be less than and to be forgotten. Let's continue fighting for justice, not only in the criminal justice system, but also in our society's treatment and mindsets towards our communities as well. So we are just kicking off things here in each of our 6 cities. The rallies are all scheduled to begin at the same time at 11 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Mountain time, and 2 p.m. Eastern time. We will see some prepared speeches from several prominent civic and nonprofit leaders at each location during the first hour. Then the groups will march to their predetermined locations. Then at the 45-minute mark, we will observe a national moment of silence, followed by an instrumental commemoration. We will then move the live stream to the San Francisco lunch held in Paina Restaurant and Lounge, where we will hear from more distinguished leaders from the Bay Area community. After the lunch, we will continue here online with further programming. The Asian Pacific American Leadership Foundation will host a special preview of the race epidemic with Attorney General Bonta, which will be followed by a pre-recorded self-defense class from the incredible Asians Are Strong organization, led by Hudson Liao and Jeremy Jung. We will periodically cycle through the streams across our 6 different cities, but if you'd like to watch any particular stream, you may click on the appropriate links within the asianjusticerally.org website. It's just below the national stream. So we do have some very notable speakers in each city. In San Francisco, we have Natasha Kwan, who is the San Francisco Deputy City Attorney, and she will be the MC for San Francisco today. We also have San Francisco Mayor London Breed, San Francisco City Supervisor Catherine Stefani, San Francisco City Attorney David Chu. We have Monthanos Ratanapakdee, who is Grandpa Vicha's daughter. We have California State Senator Scott Wiener. We have Justin Zhu from Stand With Asian Americans. Charles Jung, who's the Executive Director of API's Versus Hate. Reverend Arnold Townsend, who's the Vice President of NAACP San Francisco. Norman Chen, the CEO of TAF. Carl Chen, the President of the Oakland Chinatown Chamber of Commerce. Carmen Chiu, San Francisco City Administrator. In Chicago, we have some more notable speakers, Tammy Duckworth, Illinois Senator. We have the Executive Director of the Coalition of the Better Chinese American Community, Grace Chan McKibben. We have the Vice President of ABA of Greater Chicago, Sang Yup Lee. And we have the President of OCA Chicago, Mabel Menard. In New York City, we have excuse me, we have Evelyn Yang, the wife of presidential candidate Andrew Yang. We have the executive director of Asian American Foundation, Joanne Yu. We have State Senator John Liu and Congresswoman Grace Meng, and many others. In Los Angeles, we have Chancey Martorelli, who's the founder and executive director of the Thai Community Development Center. We have Congresswoman Judy Chu. We have Amy Ratanapakdee, and we will have a recorded music and letter reading from Yo-Yo Ma. In Atlanta, we have Michelle Kang, who's the Secretary General of Atlanta Korean American Committee Against Asian Hate. Timothy Wang, President of the Georgia Asian Pacific American Bar Association, and many others. And in Philadelphia, I'm very excited to have Christina Liu, who's the brave bystander who is still in high school. Christina stood up for the younger kids who were being harassed on the subway a few months ago in Philadelphia, for those who remember that story. All right, I think we're going to start the stream, so I will stop talking for now, and we will cut over to the recording.
Continuous triggering of trauma that has been going on for too long. And this is not right. And it needs to be stopped. So today, we're gathering to break the silence and hesitancy, to stand together in solidarity with sisters and brothers across lines of race, language, class, gender, and religion. This Asian Justice Rally is the people's rally for justice from grassroots. Thank you for being here and for standing with us today. Thank you. And now we have a very
We gather here also to remember the countless other Asian victims throughout the country who have been senselessly beaten, killed, stabbed. Today's Asian Justice March in San Francisco is the center of a national event. There are parallel rallies happening right this minute in New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago, Atlanta, and Philadelphia. It was a mass Today's rally is about all of you, the amazing community gathered here today to unite and empower the community in a time of crisis. I ask each of you, how did you feel when you heard that an Asian American elderly man was pushed and killed while on his morning walk here in San Francisco? How did you feel when you heard that 6 Asian American women were gunned down and killed in an Atlanta spa? And how did you feel in May of 2021 when you heard that 2 elderly Asian American women were stabbed with a knife while on Mid-Market at 4th and Market in May of 2021? To see this again and again has been traumatizing for the Asian community. To see people who look like us treated this way, it's inhumane. We must not stand for it. We don't deserve it. These are our friends, our family, fellow immigrants. I ask each of you, let's please turn our fear and our anger into something meaningful. Let's rise above it. To our allies gathered here today, please help us turn thoughts and prayers into change and justice. Whether it be increased funding for Asian American nonprofits providing resources to victims, legislative change, education reform to include the history of Asian American struggle, let's keep demanding progress. We deserve better. Please join the Asian American community in the movement to keep us safe for our elders, for our children, and future generations. Now it is my honor to present the 45th mayor of the city and county of San Francisco and a native San Franciscan, Mayor London Breed. She has prioritized victims' rights and resources, and she has recently appointed a policy advisor for victims' rights with over 30 years of experience to help ensure that victims are heard and provided resources and supported. Please join me in welcoming Mayor London Breed.
Thank you all so much for coming here today. I am so grateful to know Vicha's daughter, Amy, and his son-in-law, Eric, but I wish we didn't meet under these circumstances. They are wonderful people. Amy's dad came to this country to help them raise their children. And I know many of us, with our cherished relationships with our mothers, our fathers, our grandmothers, our grandfathers, I know when we saw that video, it was heartbreaking. It still is heartbreaking. I still feel a lot of the pain and the hurt. And sadly, that never goes away. But it sure does give folks comfort when so many people come together to express support, to help to uplift this family, this community, the people in our API community who have been unfairly attacked in this city and in this country because of divisiveness and hate, which we have made clear time and time again as we come together that we will not tolerate it. We will never give into it. We will never support it. We will stand together. We will stand together against it. This year, marking the 1-year anniversary of Papa Vicha's death, has signified a movement all over the country. Today, we come together knowing that there have been other victims, sadly, in this city and in this country. We come together to remember them, to make sure that they are not forgotten, to make sure people understand how it impacts families and communities, the hurt and the pain, the suffering. And I am reminded of Dr. King at a time like this. Dr. King, who his whole life was about bringing people together, and the hatred that took him from us. But his message stands true today, now more than ever. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. And today, the love that you all bring to Papa Vicha's family and to others who have lost loved ones to this hate and violence, this is what's going to dominate today. This is what's going to dominate in the future. This is what's going to bring us together and keep us together despite what people try to do to tear us apart. Woo! It's been a tough 2 years. And let us all remember, we've all lived through this pandemic. Our children have suffered. Our seniors, in some cases, have suffered in isolation. The fact that we're here today signifies hope. It signifies hope for a better future of what we can do when we do come together, of what we can do when we drive out that hate with love. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for supporting Vicha's family. Thank you for supporting all of the families of the people whose lives we lost far too soon. And thank you for choosing love. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from San Francisco.
Looks like. Show me what community looks like.
Community looks like.
Show them what community looks like.
Community looks like.
All right, all right. So I'm going to teach two more. Silence is violence is the call. The response is we are not a virus. Silence is violence. We are not a virus. Silence is violence. We are a virus. Silence is violence. We are not a virus. Silence is violence. We are not a virus. Okay, we're not a virus. All right, cool. Let's do it one more time. Silence is violence. We are not a virus. All right, great. And one more. Get it right the first time is the call.
Together, let us break the silence.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Councilman Oh here in Philadelphia. I'd like to welcome you and thank our organizers, Judy Chang, Nancy Walsh, and let's give a round to all our elected officials who came out on this chilly day, some not from Philadelphia, outside of Philadelphia, but really to join you in standing against hate. Hate is the problem. It's a misdirection. It's an illusion. It's a disruptor. It is something that artificially causes us to not work together and not to combine our efforts to make a better society. What is the hate? Why do you look at another person and boil them down to just one thing when they are so much more than that? When we look at another person and define them by their religion, by their race, by their gender, by their preference, when we just hate another person for one thing, we lose the ability to recognize them as one of us. We lose that humanity, and we lose all the opportunities to be our best together. We should not hate, and everyone who
for the past 2 years or the past 2 decades, but for centuries. And we knew in that moment and in the year since that this is not the time for silence and complacency. We knew we needed to stand up, stand together, and say enough is enough. Closer to home, we come upon another tragic anniversary. On March 16th, 2021, 8 Georgians were murdered in yet another senseless act of violence. Their names are Sun Chung Park, Hyun Chung Grant, Sun Cha Kim, Yong A Yu, Xiao Jie Tan, Dao Yu Fong, Delania Ashley Yuan, and Paul Andre Michaels. Of the 8 lost, 6 were Asian women. Many of us hearing the news of this mass shooting event were shocked. Not nearly as many of us were surprised. Because again, this was just another chapter in a very old story. In 2 days, we will be ringing in the Year of the Tiger, a year which some cultures believe to be characterized by strength, bravery, and the exorcism of evil. Today, let's dedicate our focus, our passion, and our work in the Year of the Tiger to living these ideals, not just in our names, but in the names of those we've lost. And commit to ensuring that the phenomenon of AAPI discrimination, hate, and violence no longer exists silently out of view. Let's make sure today that each of us commits individually to being present, being that voice, occupying that seat at the table for those we've lost this year. And ensure that in this work, their names, their memories, and their spirits protect us and compel us to action in this upcoming year and the years to follow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Au. Michelle Kang is the Secretary General of the Atlanta Korean American Committee Against Asian Hate. She's also the president of the Atlanta chapter of the Korean American Public Action Committee.
can in her power to make this city safe. We're putting forth a supplemental to make sure that we have enough police officers and EMTs on our streets to make sure that there are calls for service that are being answered and that there are preventative measures to make sure these crimes don't happen in the first place. Also, I want to thank today's organizers, Charles Jung, Justin Zhu, and our MC Natasha Kwan and Forrest Liu. We must work together to reverse these acts of crime, these acts of violence against our AAPI community. I intend to do everything in my power to continue to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Stephanie. Next, we will hear from San Francisco's first Asian American city attorney, David Chu. City Attorney David Chu was the first Asian also to serve as the president of the San Francisco's Board of Supervisors, as well as the first Asian American to represent Eastern San Francisco in the California State Assembly. As the former chair of the California AAPI Legislative Caucus, last year, City Attorney Chu helped deliver a record state budget investment of $156 million to combat anti-Asian hate. I am honored to call David Chu my boss. Let's please welcome David Chu.
Brothers and sisters, good morning. I want to thank you for gathering today as family, not just as the family of San Francisco, but as a family representing humanity. Last night I had dinner with my father and my 5-year-old son. And my son asked his grandpa, "Grandpa, how old are you?" And my dad said 84. And of course, like all of you, I immediately thought about Grandpa Vicha, who was 84 when he was struck down right here in this corner of our city. And I thought about the fact, as we all have, that Grandpa Vicha could have been my dad, was our grandpa. And I want to say to the Ratanapakdee family, you are our family. We grieve with you, we mourn with you, and we stand with you. We stand with you as San Franciscans. We stand with you from San Francisco to LA, from Chicago to New York, from Philadelphia to Atlanta. America stands with you. 2 years ago, this month, the first anti-Asian violence incidents occurred. There was a Chinese elderly man who was collecting cans in the Bayview, who was beaten. And I want to thank many of you who stood with community there to say, this cannot happen. But what happened? A few days later, there was a Chinese woman who was violently robbed and dragged in the Stockton Tunnel. And so it began. You know about the thousands of incidents that have occurred. There are some who point to individual incidents and say, we don't know if that had to do with race. But we know when you add hundreds upon hundreds, thousands upon thousands of incidents, these are not coincidences. This is racism. Some facts of history. It's been 140 years since this year when the Chinese Exclusion Act was passed. It's been 80 years from this year when Executive Order 9066 to intern Japanese Americans was passed, and today we also celebrate Frei Korematsu Day. It's been 40 years since Vincent Chen was bludgeoned to death in Detroit by a baseball bat. And yet here we stand. Our work is not done. So what are we going to do as we come together? Our good mayor quoted Dr. King. I've also been reading a lot about Dr. King, as we do every year this month, who said, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about the things that matter. Well, I just want to thank so many of you, starting with the activists who've come together today to say, You are telling the world that our community is silent no more. Because we have to speak up. None of you, none of us asked for these challenges that we have in front of us, but we have to meet the moment. Natasha mentioned last year, working with some of my colleagues in the state legislature, we were able to get a record investment in anti-Asian hate. But let me say this, money is not enough. Money will never bring back Grandpa Vicha. We have so much more work to do. As your city attorney, I will promise to continue to fight for justice. But let me end with one final thought, which is this. My profound hope out of the tragedies is that in a few years, in a couple of decades, if I become a grandpa, for all of us, when we become grandparents, my hope is that our grandchildren come to us and say, Grandpa, I read the history books about what happened in 2020 and 2021 and 2022, about the anti-Asian hate. Grandpa, what did you do during that time? And it's my profound hope that we will all be able to say, we met the moment, we stood together, we fought together, we ended anti-Asian violence, and we did it in the name of Grandpa Vicha. Godspeed and thank you.
Grocery shopping or riding public transportation. It is incumbent on every single member of our community and our Commonwealth to speak out with a single voice to condemn these racist and bigoted attacks. Today's rally is part of those efforts, but there is always more that we can do. Those of us in leadership positions have an obligation to use our platforms and positions of power to reach as many people as we can, to say clearly that we will not stand for these heinous attacks. In Montgomery County, we have built relationships and partnerships with many of the folks here today, working in the AAPI community, particularly during this pandemic. I want this community to know that we will always, always have your backs. We also need laws on the books to make it easier to report hate crimes and to give local law enforcement the resources they need to effectively combat these crimes. It won't be easy to change hearts, but by working together every single day, we can show folks across our Commonwealth that we will not tolerate these attacks in our community. I am proud to stand with all of you here today. I will be here every day. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to stand here with you today. Most of us are all children of immigrants. We are here to look after one another, to protect one another, and to defend one another. That's our job.
Chicago, which will help tremendously in these efforts. Again, we are saddened to see what has happened in California, in New York, in here in Illinois, but our strong commitment that these crimes will not only be condemned, it will be persecuted, but also show us a better day. For the city, we're a city that welcomes immigrants. As an immigrant myself, I see with sad eyes that today my wife and I have to take my mother-in-law every time to wherever she needs to go. It is sad to see the reality and the fear in our community, but our commitment and our resiliency as a city to make sure that these days never come back. They're never accepted. They're never tolerated. Thank you again.
Thank you.
I need to thank the organizers nationwide, and especially Grace Chan, for their hard work to make this event possible. Hi, my name is Paul Leon, and I serve on the Naperville City Council. My heart goes out to the too many victims of anti-Asian hate. I was born in Chicago. I know that anti-Asian hate is real and that I need to oppose it. I want to acknowledge the Asian American Law Enforcement Association and their president, Henry Lai, because they know Asian hate is real, and through their service, they lead the fight against it every day. I'm running for a state of Illinois representative seat in November. And if I am elected, I will continue to work with our leaders and representatives so that they know anti-Asian hate is real and that they need to join us to oppose it. I urge you to keep those smartphones recording. That we can show everyone that anti-Asian hate is real. Share your experiences, share your stories. We need to join together to oppose anti-Asian hate. In doing so, we can use communication and education to fight and defeat anti-Asian hate, to make a better and safer world for ourselves, our families, and our loved ones. Thank you.
Cathartic release of putting it into the universe and hopefully feeling a little bit better that it's out there. Knowing that taking those stories and repurposing them, I would post it so that other people could think about their lives and think about the incidents they've had. Find a type of shared community in this somber attitude that we're dealing with. And also find the courage to reflect on those repressed memories that we all have that we put to the back. Bringing that to the front, exhibiting those words, and trying to encourage everyone else to speak out and stand up was the premise of the platform. This was an incredible moment for my mom as she continued to heal while reading the words. Not only would she be just a sensationalized victim of a brutal attack, but we would use this incident that she had to endure to be something to create change and hope that we could encourage others to share their stories as well. This isn't just about community. It is, of course, what we need to do to come together, but this is a fight on hate. And it's a question about our human decency, not just as AAPI and our allies, but as all humans. This is the legacy we have to put forward. So we need to fight, and we need to protect each other, and we need to encourage to keep speaking so people know that we deserve to be at the table just as much as everybody else, because we are all humans, and we need to make sure that we are taking care of one another. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Liz Corey. Now, next, our next speaker we have is Nicole.
Every day. 1 year ago, my father, Vicha, was walking in this neighborhood when he was violently pushed. When I received the phone call from the police, I felt shocked. And I visited my father in the ICU. I prayed for him to wake up, but my father passed away 2 days later. My father, Vicha, was like a friend to me. We would like to talk about everything. We are here today to mourn his passing. I know my father, Vicha, is looking down on us today. It is meaningful to our family to honor my father and to remember the victim of anti-Asian hate. My father was one of the only people in the village who spoke English well. He admired the American value of equality and the equal right. He was a gentleman and a lovely grandpa. He loved to take my son to fun sites in this city. He was a man who led with love, not with hate. This hate must change. It is not a temper tantrum. Hate is hate, and we must rise above it. My father, Vicha, would want us all to rise above hate, and he would want us to lead with love. And I know people are scared about the anti-Asian hate in the community. and we must demand action for the justice and all human rights. We need safety for everyone in San Francisco, and we all have a right to stay safe and be able to walk in our neighborhood without fear. We feel so much pain for my father and the other victim of the anti-Haitian violence, Asian hate. I know if my father was alive and know about the Justice for Vicha movement and the anti-Asian hate, I know he would tell us to be strong and keep on fighting. I remember my father told me I have to be strong for my young boy, even I'm tired. Many of you are tired to seeing the news about the violence against Asian hate. Please be strong and in memory of my father. And I thank you so much for everyone to being here in the community and the people who have cared so much about the fighting Asian hate. And then thank you so much for the Justin, Forrest, Natasha, Charles Jung, Liana, Juanita, and Austin Luz, and all the leader of the AAPI community. Thank you for the Mayor Breed, Supervisor Stephanie, City Attorney David Chu, Senator Wiener, and so many other, I cannot name them all today. And thank you so much for everyone to being here today. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you so much, Moth Thanos, for your continued bravery in this movement. Now we will start the Asian Justice March. We will march to the exact site where Vicha Ratanapakdee was attacked on January 28th of 2021. The route that we will be walking on this march retraces the footsteps of Vicha on his last day. So pause to think about that. And also, please give a moment for the organizers and elected officials to move to the front and follow us down this hill. Thank you so much.
It's here. All right, Lily, we need you to field marshal. Okay, so Montana,
to serve constituents who are members of the community. Cobbs Creek section of Southwest Philadelphia community. The organizer, Jimmy Chang, and I in law school as interns side by side in the courthouse that's facing this city hall. We work together in the community, and we're in the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection, and there is no place for hate. There's no place for hate. What's happening all across America right now at this very moment is importantly crucial that we do not allow there to be an inch of hate or injustice, because we know that our neighbors, 1 in 5 in the AAPI community, have experienced hate crimes and haven't even reported them. They've been called names, they've been pushed, they've been shoved, they've been treated in a bad way, and we must rise up together. The moment in time in history is calling for solidarity amongst all communities. The only common enemy is ignorance. The only common enemy is white supremacy, and we will defeat it together. There is no place for hate. Thank you, and God bless.
All right, for those watching here, thank you all again for tuning in to the Asian Justice Rally online program. My name is Brian Pang, pronouns are he, him. As a reminder, the Asian Justice Rally is a nationwide rally held across 6 different cities, specifically held today on January 30th, which is the anniversary of Vicha Ratanapakdee's death. Vicha Ratanapakdee is the 84-year-old Thai grandfather who was shoved and it was caught on CCTV camera. And so today's rally, what you're watching here, is a commemoration of Mr. Ratanapakdee and countless of other victims of anti-Asian violence. What you're seeing here is the start of the march in San Francisco, and the group will be marching from Vicha's home to the site of the attack. Following this march, there will be a moment of silence and also an instrumental commemoration. And we will continue cycling through the different cities. And for now, we'll focus on San Francisco.
What do we want? Justice. What do we want? Now. Who do we want it for? Vicha. Who do you want it for? Vicha. What do we want it? Now. Thank you. That's a union call.
Let me just get up to the right, and then it's just too much.
Are we starting after?
He's also an associate general counsel of Delta Airlines, where he leads the team providing legal strategy on technology, commercial and intellectual property matters. And before his legal career, Timothy was also the head of economic development for the Montgomery, Alabama multi-county region. Wong.
Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you for all of my colleagues and friends and leaders and allies and supporters who are here today. It's an honor to speak among you. How do we ensure that the fight against AAPI hate and the fight for social justice becomes a movement and not just a moment? That's a question on our minds in the aftermath of the March 16th, 2021 shootings. I'm sure that's the same question that was on the minds of our colleagues and friends in Chicago, Los Angeles, New York, Philadelphia, and San Francisco. How do we break a more than 150-year cycle of systemic discrimination, hate, prejudice, and bigotry? After contributing through labor, blood, sweat, and tears to the construction of the Transcontinental Railroad, engineering feat ironically designed to bring the country together, the very government that benefited from Asian American labor enacted the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, the first and still only American legislation designed to exclude one specific group based on national origin alone. That was followed by the so-called Alien Land Acts, enacted in dozens of states throughout this country, including California and other areas.
With Grandpa Vicha, who was brutalized as an 84-year-old man, and his life was taken from him because of this racist attack. I stand with his family and with all the other cities across the country participating with us today to demand justice be served for Vicha and demand an end to these hate crimes.
Yes.
And I'm also here today because I am a proud Southeast Asian American.
Yes.
I am proud to be where I'm from. I'm from Lowell, Massachusetts. And I say this because I want to talk about something really important as we talk about these hate crimes and we talk about our communities. Is that for far too long, our communities have been silent. Our communities have been ashamed. U.S. government for doing nothing about the fact that our communities are living in poverty and our communities are struggling and we're getting brutalized in the streets. And what are they doing about it? What are they doing about it? Nothing. They're not doing anything about it. They're letting it happen because in the middle of a pandemic, we have people in our communities going homeless, being killed, dying from COVID, all of these things. And what does the government do in America? They let the rich get richer. They look the other way while the billionaires make all the money in the middle of a pandemic when we're starving and we're dying. And I say this to say, as a Southeast Asian, I want to say that we need to lift the silence. Our communities in this country are struggling. They are starving. They are poor. We are going through so much. We didn't choose to come to this country. We are the sons and daughters of people who were forced to be here. The United States bombed our countries from Vietnam to Laos to Cambodia, all the way across Southeast Asia, and they made our communities come here. I didn't want to be here. And I say that's strength and power because so many of our communities, our mothers, our fathers, our families, they die in this country wanting to go home. That's what it's like. We work under the table, jobs, making $5 an hour, working in sweatshops. That's what my community did, working in sweatshops, literally making bags for Walmart in the richest country in the world. And so we have a moment of silence I want to get to before I get to everything else I want to say. But I say this because I ask everybody here, will you be silent? No! Will you be silent? No! Are you going to stay silent? No! You're not. And are you cold? Yes! But are you tired? No! I'm not tired. So we want to move into our moment of silence to honor Vicha and all the victims of anti-Asian violence across the country. We want to stand with Vicha's family. We want to stand with all of the families across the country because look at us here in the middle of the cold, in the ice, in the storm. We all decided to come out here and say, this matters to me. And that's the most powerful thing. So we want to go to our moment of silence. We're going to be engaging in nationally. Please take 1 minute and remember Vicha and his life and everything that he was worth.
This is the most beautiful line. Leading us into this moment of silence
right here. The reason why we're listening to this piece is because a year ago, Grandpa Vicha was alone. Today, we are all here. The piece symbolizes the fact that we're now and forevermore, we will all walk together as one. Everyone, please join me in introducing Adele Akiko Kearns and Angela Sun, two renowned cellists.
We get the flower. We get the flower. Get the flower.
Thank you for the beautiful song in remembrance of Grandpa Vicha and all the victims of Asian hate. Just now, at rallies across 6 cities and worldwide on live stream, join us for a moment of silence in remembrance of Grandpa Vicha and the many victims of Asian hate. That silence was our decision. Now let us decide to break the silence. Please turn to the back of your lotus sign and follow along for a reading of We Will Not Be Silenced. Since we first set foot on American soil, Asian Americans have been told a lot of things. We've been told that this country is equal. We've been told that we should be grateful. We've been told that we're the model minority. We've been told that we're not a minority at all. We've been told that the racism we experience isn't real, that our people aren't targeted, that our communities aren't underserved, that our lack of representation and agency in the country and corporations we help build is more than what we deserve. This narrative, this lie, has gone on for generations. And with the strength our ancestors gave us, we have taken it in stride. We have continued living. We have continued building. We have continued dreaming of a day when those who define us by their own misguided narrative will see us for who and what we truly are.
Okay.
Integral, equal Americans. We have been excluded. We have been ignored.
Different anger.
We have been silenced. The silence ends here.
Okay, got it, bro. Yeah.
Because the truth is not what we have been told. The truth is that our communities are facing poverty, evictions, widespread lack of language access, and a lack of accessible health care. The truth is that Asian elders and women are afraid to walk alone at night. The truth is that we have seen violence against the Asian American community. But it is not the first time we have experienced the bitter taste of prejudice. Since we have been in this country, we have faced racism in immigration, in the courts,
Okay, one more shot.
in our streets, in our universities, in our jobs, and in the media. Now we are sharing our stories and speaking our truths.
Let me go from the
And
hill.
those truths do not come with requests. They come with demands for safety, for equality, for equity, for justice, for a seat at the table we help build, and we will not be silenced. We call on Asian Americans and all people of conscience to stand up, speak out, and demand to be heard. We will not be silenced about the racism we face. We will not be silenced about the hate crimes committed against us. We will not be silenced as the model minority while our communities live in poverty. We will not be silenced and whitewashed in the media. We will not be silenced and typecast in the entertainment industry. We will not be silenced in the corporations built on our backs. We will not be silenced while our people are scapegoated for political gain. We will not be silenced in the fight for immigration reform. We will not be silenced in the record of our nation's history. We will not be silenced in the country we call home. We will speak, we will march, and we will fight until our love for this nation is shown back in kind. Today, we break the silence. Today, we will be heard. Justice for Vicha, justice for Vincent, justice for all the victims of Asian hate. Thank you. Justice for Vicha, 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 justice for Vicha. Thank you so much. That's over the silence program. Now we'll walk and march to a lunch reception with the family for memorial program, more speaking. So please join us now. We're going to march and continue the program. Thank you. Oh, the lunch is at Paina in Japantown. It's Paina Restaurant, P-A-I-N-A. It's about a 18 to 20-minute walk or a 5-minute drive. So feel free to come along, and we'll be having more speakers, a special memorial program with the family. Thank you.
In order to better advocate for public policies to protect our community and for stronger sentencing for hate crimes. Rallies like today show that despite the diversity within the Asian American community, we will stand together in solidarity and make our voices heard. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tommy Choi. I'm here representing Chinese American Service League, or better known as CASL. We are the largest and most comprehensive AAPI social service provider in the Midwest. In just a few days, families across Illinois and around the world will gather together to ring in the Lunar New Year. This holiday is supposed to be a time of celebration with our families, but it's a painful reminder that we are missing so many of our loved ones. CASL offers our deepest condolences, prayers, and support to the AAPI victims of homicide in Chicago this past year. Woon Sing Si, Raisa Park, Chao Sheng Dana Sheng, Raj Mahadeva, Joseph Christopher Supongo, Chao Ming Xiao.
Next, I want to give it up to Judy Chang, a lifelong resident and teacher in Chinatown, and also a victim of violence in 2020.
Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. 13 months ago, I too was physically assaulted after an altercation at a COVID testing site. The man later followed me out, confronted me, and shoved me hard, crushing my wrist bone against the cement sidewalk. These are my injuries. For 2 hours, surgeons drilled a metal plate with 8 screws into my wrist bone to hold it together. My assailant was not mentally ill, and he wasn't black. He was a large, white male, 5'8" and 200 pounds. I'm half his weight and size at 100 pounds. I learned later that he was an off-duty auxiliary NYPD officer. Not surprising. The corporate media likes to paint the picture that it's black people causing us harm when really it's not. It's the corporate media. Listen to the demonization of Chinese people and of China. The US blames us for COVID-19. This racist and misleading propaganda creates fear and hatred of Chinese people. Media lies are dangerous, and we have to call it out. It's this racist propaganda that is to blame for violence against Asians. My assailant didn't have to shove me, but he did, because he could. I was alone. I was a woman. I was Chinese. And after a year of Donald Trump calling COVID-19 a China virus. Black people are not our enemy. They're also being brutalized and killed every day in this country. We have nothing to gain by letting the media narratives pit us against Black people. We must unite and fight our common enemy. A racist system that lies to us, exploits us, oppresses us, and ignores us. When my attacker shoved me the way he did, I wanted to scream. I wanted to go to the press, but I was told, be quiet, Judy. Be patient. Don't go to the press. Let the prosecutors deal with it. Have faith in the process. So I patiently waited and waited and waited. After a year of waiting, the district attorney's office called me and said they were reducing my assailant's 4 misdemeanor assault charges to 1 charge of disorderly conduct. This is not justice, but the DAs call this their idea of justice. Well, it's not justice when prosecutors don't call it what it is, hate crimes. It's not justice when a man shoots 8 Asian victims at close range and the Atlanta DA says the assailant had a bad day. It's not justice when the media shows these violent shoving incidents for increased views. And at the same time, gives airtime to politicians spewing anti-China hate. The hypocrisy is very real. Malcolm X said, if we stand for nothing, we will fall for anything. Let's not fall for the anti-China, anti-Chinese lies. I stand with fellow Asian victims of violent assaults. I'm here today to stand with Vicha Ratanapakdee, who lost his life to a vicious racist attack. I stand with the Asian students in schools across the United States who suffer relentless taunting and bullying just for being Asian. I stand with the family of Danny Chen, who was so viciously hazed and subjected to racist abuse in the military that he took his own life. I stand with the family of Christian Hall, whose Pennsylvania police killers shot him multiple times despite his empty hands being up and visible. And I stand with the thousands of Black and brown families whose unarmed loved ones like Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor were gunned down by racist vigilantes or police officers. I urge all my brothers and sisters to speak out against the ongoing anti-Asian and anti-Black violence. Demand the district attorneys prosecute. Demand they call it what it is, racist hate crimes. Call it what it is. 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 Hate crimes.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Judy.
Compliant Asian is over. Thank you, Bonnie. Be loud, be proud. We are powerful. We have proven that in Georgia. And it's time to stand up, speak up, and fight back. Thank you.
Powerful, Kang. I would like to invite all of our speakers now up to the podium as we open up our microphone to the press. So if the speakers could come up and gather to this area, that would be wonderful. And for our press, we have a microphone available, not just to the press, but also members of our audience. Please gather around. And we would invite you to ask any questions you have of our speakers, talk about our community organizations, and what may be leading up to March 16th in Atlanta. And since we had some questions admitted in advance, I was going to read out a few of them. The Korean Daily Atlanta asks, last year, there were many Asian hate incidents that received a lot of media attention, but recently, we haven't heard that many voices fighting against Asian hate. What are our long-term steps for Asian hate to be fundamentally eliminated in this country? This came from the Korean Daily Atlanta Jung. Would somebody like to take this question? Perhaps Senator Al?
Long-term goals and how we keep what we're talking about now at the forefront. You know, it's not just simply reacting to one incident or another, but part of a longer-term strategy to keep this in the spotlight. I think that part of it is continuing to build the community we have, continuing to build activism not just within the AAPI community, but across different activist groups, building teamwork with other minorities in this country, and realizing that this is a problem that is best solved together, not continuing to fracture minority communities apart, because this is a problem that's bigger than any one community in itself. I think the other thing is to make sure that our issues are addressed by continuing to exercise our voices, not just in events like this, but also making sure that our voices are heard at the ballot box, right? I think a lot of times what I hear from members of my community that I represent is that people feel that Asian voices are not heard, that Asian people are not seen. And part of addressing that is making sure that Asian power, Asian voices, and Asian issues are at the forefront, and that our needs and our actions are undeniable. So make sure that you vote, make sure that our issues are ones that people will pay attention to. Don't just vote in the presidential elections, vote in the midterms, vote in the municipal elections, vote in the primaries, vote in the runoffs. Every single election counts, and you will notice that after 2020, people suddenly started noticing that there were a critical mass of Asian voters in Georgia who are starting to listen to us. That is part of a longer-term solution that we need. I have a question for thank you for can work together to address the hate crimes and systematic racism.
Thank you for that question. I think a key piece that we can all do is showing up for one another.
They've been talking about this before the pandemic. And I know the media sometimes plays up parts of the narrative, and when these horrors happen, and I understand that people are saying we need more law enforcement, we need more this and that, and I get it. But they never play up that they've been asking for more resources for years. They've been saying their organizations haven't gotten the funding for years. They said they needed money so they can address their hate crimes. They've been saying that their stories need to be taught in school. They've been saying that we need mental health infrastructure. How come nobody else hears that part of the conversation? And so we are going to stand here together in love and light as much as possible. But we are going to say, people like me who are taking this mic, you need to hold us more accountable.
Yes. Yes.
Because we come here when the cameras are on, we come here with the mic, but after that, where's the money?
Yes.
Where's the resources?
Yes.
Where's the infrastructure?
Where's the action?
We need folks to stop playing up the divisions the divisions between us, and understand the power that we have together. And the people who heard these stories, someone's mother, someone her personal story, someone's grandfather. Think about your grandfather. Think about your mother. Think about them walking home from work and someone attacked them and killed them. The color of the hair, the color of the skin, the color of their eyes, who they love, who they worship. That's your mom. That's your grandfather. That's just all of us. You can't wait till it happens to you. You have to stand up every time it happens, and we have to do it together. And we have to have action between these press conferences. Because I'm sorry to say, I feel so bad, but I know we're going to be here again. We know we're going to be here again. Let's say we did something different in between the last time we were here. The next time we have to be here.
Yes.
Peace and blessings. Love and light to all. Happy Lunar New Year.
Thank you, Public Advocate Jamani Williams. And he's absolutely right. Between now and the next time we come together, we need to hold our elected officials accountable. And I'd like to introduce our newly elected New York City Comptroller, Brad Lander.
We'll get to it. Good afternoon. First of all, I just want to say that I'm really humbled to be here in solidarity and to listen to all these powerful, painful stories. It's not easy for folks to get up here and tell the stories of their own pain and their families' hurt. So let's just hear it one more time for all those folks who have had the guts to come out and make sure that what happened to their families, to their friends, and their communities is something other people see and have to be held accountable to, and we're humbled by it. We are also so tired of having to come out time and time again. It's only the first month of the year, and yet this is the third vigil for different victims of anti-Asian hate. Yesterday, I was at Michelle Go's wake, and I spoke to her father and her mother and her brother, and I know a lot of you were at her vigil in Times Square. Last week, we had a vigil for Yaupan Ma, who was attacked last year and then died at the very beginning of this year. And then here we are today for Vicha, listening to all these other stories. It's hard to live in a city with this much hate of people based just on who they are. It's hard to live in a city with so many people who don't have a place to live, with the lack of mental health care, where we can't show up for each other. So I want to speak to you just for 1 minute as a Jewish New Yorker, and say to my Asian brothers and sisters, my Asian neighbors, to Asian New Yorkers, this is your city. It belongs to you as much as it belongs to anyone else. And Jews were immigrants to this city. And of course, there continues to be anti-Semitism and hate crimes against Jews. But no one doubts for a minute that New York is a Jewish city. Our foods have become New York foods. Our ways of being have become New York ways of being. Jewish New Yorkers are New Yorkers. New York is a Jewish city. And of course, every one of those things is true about Asian American New Yorkers. And there's no doubt, as we're here on Fred Korematsu Day thinking about what the differences are, that it is because Jews are white and we have not found a way to lean into the idea of genuinely inclusive multiracial democracy. But it is our only path forward. That is the city we can build together. Yaupan Ma, before he came to this country, was a dim sum chef. And dim sum is Chinese food, but there's no food more New York than dim sum. Dim sum is New York food. And if we can build a city that genuinely reflects the kind of inclusive multiracial democracy that is all our communities thriving and contributing and being able to stand in solidarity with each other and create and start businesses and teach our cultures in our schools, that is the New York that could come out of this pandemic stronger and more vibrant and more resilient and more equal. That is the future we want to be able to hand off to our kids. So I am here today to pledge, both as your comptroller and as a Jewish New Yorker, solidarity so we don't have to be back here again. One thing I'm going to make sure we're doing is providing the resources that are designated for our AAPI-led nonprofits to make sure they get to you on time, so you don't have to wait a year or a year and a half before you even get the money, 2 years. So that is a problem we could at least solve and make sure those resources, which we're still not providing enough of, at least get in the hands of our nonprofit and our community-based organizations on time, because we won't
anybody else has.
I believe Sarah Park of the Korean American Coalition would like to share an event.
Thanks to CPACs and all the organizations that collaborating for this effort. Just named a few and just few from what Korean American Coalition is working on. Month of February, we're going to have a community-wide bystander training in multiple languages with help with AAPI. In March, we're going to have our commemoration event along with many others. And we're going to visit and have a conversation with public library system where we can extend API history section or the language section of the book. Also, we're trying to just make connection with interfaith and interethnic communities. We have this effort.
Timothy Wong.
Bonnie's mentioned this, Chris and I, and a lot of people in here are involved in the AAPI Crime Victim Education Fund. You've probably heard of it, but if you haven't, it was really a reaction to the question and the feeling of helplessness. March 16th shooting planet. There were a lot of emotions, a lot of reactions, but the one common thread was we have to do something. We can't sit back and accept it. And so we're kind of building the airplane to fly it, so we don't have a ton of structure, but we knew we had something, knew we had the people in the right. We had the corporate community in Atlanta and beyond reach out. Right, so there was this convergence of resources, and what we did was we're in the process of setting up a 501c3. Currently, it's the funds are held with Kapapa Law Foundation, which is 501c3. But we're going to have an announcement on March 16th. We're going to have a virtual event, but I urge you to look into it if you have an opportunity. But the broad strokes of it are. This is a way for donors to reach victims of hate crimes who may not have access to funds from state victims compensation funds, or they either don't have access, and there are a lot of restrictions actually if you look into it, to accessing those state funds, or those funds are inadequate. And the thinking is we're going to make micro grants that are high impact and quick hit. Right? Make the application process really simple, because what happens with these crime victims, who often have to work daily to support their families, they don't have a cushion like many of us who are maybe a little more privileged. Not being able to work for a week or a month to derail their entire life. You miss a car payment, you can't run, or you miss a house payment, you miss a power payment, and then lights are shut off. And that's what we're trying to do. So I urge all of you to be a part of that. We're very excited. Like I said, their details we're still putting together. We've got all the right organizations involved. So thanks for the questions, but we're very excited about it.
If we do not have any more answers, I think we are close to running out of time. So I just wanted to be able to thank all the organizational sponsors represented by our speakers today. In addition, there is the Korean American Coalition, where Sarah Park just spoke, the National Association of Asian American Professionals, NAP Atlanta, and I do happen to see Brian Ramos in the audience, and I'm sure NFALA, the National Filipino American Lawyers Association, is in support as well. I wanted to give a special shout out to the CPAC's media team, Sarah Breakin, Alex Wynn, Patrick Howe, and of course, Mr. Steve Hong of KTN Media, without whom our live streaming coordination would not be possible. Thank you also to all the media who attended to cover our rally. We thank you for amplifying our voices. And thank you to our sister cities with whom we are grateful to coordinate with and stand in solidarity against Asian hate. Missing today, our beloved Victoria Nguyen, VP of CPAC, who was also newly appointed to the White House Initiative on Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders. Victoria could not join us today despite being on the planning committee because she gave birth last night to Elizabeth Nguyen Tran. And so she is our baby of justice that has arrived just in time. And although she wanted it to be a tiger baby because we were on the cusp of the Lunar New Year, I think like an ox, Elizabeth just came out, right? So from Atlanta, the birthplace of Martin Luther King Jr., we remind the world injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I would also be remiss if I did not pay homage today to the fact that today, January 30th, is also Fred Korematsu Day. Fred Korematsu is the original Asian American civil rights activist who fought to overturn his wrongful incarceration and conviction as a Japanese American during World War II. In Fred's words, if you have the feeling that something is wrong, don't be afraid to speak up. And that is what we are doing today. We are breaking our silence. As today is the cusp of the Lunar New Year, the Year of the Tiger, celebrated on February 1st, let us go roaring into 2022. We will not be silenced. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you all for tuning in to the Asian Justice Rally online program. My name is Brian Pang, pronouns are he, him, and my co-host here is Chris Lin. The Asian Justice Rally is held nationwide today on January 30th on the anniversary of 84-year-old Thai grandfather Vicha Ratanapakdeed's death. And as you heard from the Atlanta feed, today is also Fred Korematsu Day of Civil Liberties and the Constitution. And this day is celebrated in California to commemorate the birthday of Fred Korematsu, who was a Japanese American civil rights activist. And this is also the first day in US history named after an Asian American. Today's rally commemorates Mr. Ratanapakdee, Michelle Go, Christian Hall, Yao Pan Ma, and countless more victims of anti-Asian violence, and for us to take collective action to fight anti-Asian hate and racism. Now, Mr. Ratanapakdee's death, which was caught on CCTV camera, also marked the beginning of the Stop Asian Hate movement. And as such, we want to refocus the public towards the persistent issue of anti-Asian violence and racism at the 1-year anniversary of Mr. Ratanapakdee's death, and also the 1-year anniversary of the Stop Asian Hate movement. Today's rally is inspiring a conversation among Asian American leaders about next steps in advancing the Asian American movement. And so what we just saw here in the first hour of programming are all the rallies held across 6 different cities with very powerful tributes and commemorations to all the victims, including a nationwide moment of silence, and several civic and nonprofit leaders gave moving and empowering speeches. We also heard a reading from Justin Zhu from Stand With Asian Americans, of our rallying cry, "We will not be silenced." We all saw the snow in New York and Philadelphia, so we thank all those who still came out to rally in person despite the snowstorm. And upcoming in our program here today is our San Francisco lunch. It will be hosted by the Paina Restaurant and Lounge in Japantown, where there will be additional speeches from civic and community leaders. After the lunch, we will continue here online with further programming. The Asian Pacific American Leadership Foundation will host a special preview of the race epidemic with Attorney General Bonta. Following the screening, there will be a pre-recorded self-defense and bystander intervention and awareness class from the incredible Asians Are Strong organization. And this class will be led by Hudson Liao and Jeremy Jung. Chris, so how do you feel about the first hour of today's programming?
Yeah, well, first I want to give props to you and everyone, all the leaders across the entire country, for the incredible amount of coordination that it took to get this started, because I know that this was pulled together in a fairly short amount of time. So that just goes to show the power of change and justice that's needed for us across the country and for us as a society. From there, I would say, listening to all of the speeches and watching all of the people come together today is incredibly moving, for myself. There was just so much emotion and a lot of pent up frustration that people have been feeling over the last year plus, and amplified because of the pandemic, that we need change. And I think a lot of our society and those who identify as Asian American, Pacific Islander, are tired of waiting. And you're seeing that happening, every day, and especially today, seeing it again across all 6 cities and seeing so many people speak up about it. What about yourself?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I agree with everything you said. And really what we're hoping to do today is really honor all the victims of anti-Asian hate and violence and all these senseless deaths, right? And not just to honor their lives, but to make sure that their legacies continue to live on through our actions, right? Through our collective community actions. And we can do that by, really standing up, making sure we're not continually forgotten, making noise. We have Lunar New Year coming up. It's a year of the tiger, right? This is the year for everyone to hear us roar. So I'm really looking forward to this year and all the opportunities that we'll have. But we also can see that all the violence and all the hate incidents have not really slowed down, right? They're persisting despite what you might hear or not hear in media. We know that these things are still happening across our communities. So it is really on us to step up, join this movement if we aren't already. We can't just sit on the sidelines anymore. It's affecting all of us and all of our communities. So
yeah,
I'm really excited
absolutely.
about today's rally as well.
Yeah, and I would, even go further from, with that and say that it doesn't have to be a outright violent act either, right? All of these actions from other people against the Asian community can be something as slight as a little comment, or even those, of exclusion in the workplace or in a social environment, right? And so while those are not necessarily physically harmful, but they do have a ripple effect. And so, for anyone watching currently, or watching this, later after we've gone live, my challenge to you all is, if you see and notice something where a comment or an action is directed against someone that may be racially motivated, to put an end to it right then and there, because again, we tend to dismiss it. We don't want confrontation, but the only way to help someone identify that what their actions are hurtful is to stop it in the moment. And it also allows the victims of that behavior and those actions to know that they're being supported in that moment as well.
Absolutely. And wow, we heard some amazing speakers. Rachel Hugh from New York City, She's always so impressive at these rallies. Her message was just on point. So for anyone who wants to relive or rewatch some of these rallies, all the live streams are linked. The YouTube recordings of all the live streams are linked on the website asianjusticerally.org. And if you just scroll a little bit further down below the national stream, you'll see all the links to all the recordings. But definitely check out the New York City stream, Rachel Hugh, very powerful. We also had a number of really, really powerful speakers. A lot of them were in San Francisco as well. Justin Zhu did a reading of the rallying cry for today's rally. And I can read that right now for those who might have missed it. So I will not do it justice the way Justin did, but I'll try. So the rallying cry is called "We Will Not Be Silenced." All right, so since we first set foot on American soil, Asian Americans have been told a lot of things. We have been told that this country is equal. We have been told that we should be grateful. We have been told that we're the model minority. We have been told that we're not a minority at all. We've been told that the racism we experience isn't real, that our people aren't targeted, that our communities aren't underserved, that our lack of representation and agency in the country and corporations we help build is more than what we deserve. This narrative, this lie, has gone on for generations. And with the strength our ancestors gave us, we have taken it in stride. We have continued living, we have continued building. We have continued dreaming of a day when those who define us by our own misguided narrative will see us for who and what we truly are, integral, equal Americans. We have been excluded. We have been ignored. We have been silenced. And the silence ends here, because the truth is not what we've been told. The truth is that our communities are facing poverty, evictions, widespread systemic lack of language access, and a lack of accessible healthcare. The truth is that Asian elders and women are afraid to walk alone at night. The truth is that we have seen violence against the Asian American community, but it is not the first time we have experienced the bitter taste of prejudice. Since we have been in this country, we have faced racism in immigration, in the courts, in our streets, in our universities, in our jobs, and in the media. Now we are sharing our stories and speaking our truths. And those truths do not come with requests. They come with demands for safety, for equality, for equity, for justice, for a seat at the table we helped build. And we will not be silenced. We call on Asian Americans and all people of conscience to stand up, speak out, and demand to be heard. We will not be silenced about the racism we face. We will not be silenced about the hate crimes committed against us. We will not be silenced as the model minority while our communities live in poverty. We will not be silenced and whitewashed in the media. We will not be silenced and typecast in the entertainment industry. We will not be silenced in the corporations built on our backs. We will not be silenced while our people are scapegoated for political gain. We will not be silenced in the fight for immigration reform. We will not be silenced in the record of our nation's history. And we will not be silenced in the country we call home. We will speak, we will march, we will fight, until our love of this nation is shown back in kind. Today we break the silence, and today we will be heard. Oh man, I was getting emotional reading that.
Well, how, just curious from my standpoint, how has this movement in the last year and a half affected you? Like, what has it done for you?
Yeah, I think I was listening to Rachel speak, and one thing she said is, we are not tired, right? And it is a lot of work. It is very tiring. Like you, I have a full-time job, but I feel so energetic and emboldened and empowered to drive change, right? And that's really the genesis of this movement, of of today's rally even is, I just feel compelled. I feel a responsibility. And, I feel that I've also contributed to some of the systemic racism, right, to the system overall, indirectly, of course, but nevertheless. So I feel that each of us has it in us to really contribute something. It doesn't have to be something big. Like, we're not asking people to brave snowstorms and go go and march on streets all the time. But if we do some little small acts, educate each other, pull in our allies, little things build up, and they really add up over time. So, but what I do know is, what side of this movement do we want to be on when it's all said and done? And I want to be on the side that did something, you know. And I know you do too, Chris. I know you've been very active in the community. You've been leading lots of these live streams. So, and thank you for all your leadership too. But yeah, that's really how I feel, and I'm just energized and galvanized by all the people around me doing this work, including you.
Yeah, it's something that's incredible, right? Seeing, I think, at least in my experience, I have not seen this growing up. This just sheer amount of rallying and solidarity within the Asian community, right? And I think that just goes to show the sheer amount of impact and importance this is, because you have not seen a wave like this before. And it really goes to show that we have a much stronger voice and power than I think we previously even believed ourselves. And so we need to take this moment, take this time, and put it to something that we truly believe in, which is making this change. You know, I will say, just in the last year, yes, we're going to have our disagreements, right? I've witnessed that. I've witnessed different groups, different Asian groups having disagreements. The thing I would call out there is, well, what is the change that we are all looking to make, right? What is that positive change that we're all looking to make? And ultimately is this idea around equity, and this idea around and the importance, I should say, of reducing and eliminating any hate towards the Asian community. And that's so important. And we absolutely have to make that happen. Otherwise, it's going to continue to perpetuate. And like you said, even if we did not realize we contributed to systemic racism, understanding how we have done that by not speaking up, right? By not, or maybe putting other groups and races down, that is just continuing to perpetuate this idea of the systemic injustice that we grew up in. So there's a lot of, there's just so much that we have to learn about ourselves that we need to move forward with in order to make that change. But we just have to work together and be willing to adapt and change in the moment.
Yes, definitely agree with that. So for everyone who's still tuning in and who are just joining us, we are just in the midst of a transition. We've finished the first hour of programming where we've seen the rallies across 6 different cities. And we are about to switch over to the San Francisco lunch. It's a VIP lunch, which is held in the Paina Restaurant and Lounge in Japantown. And we'll be hearing from more civic and community leaders provide speeches there. Please stick around after the lunch. We will have additional programming here online. We will be featuring the documentary, The Race Epidemic, which will be hosted by the Asian Pacific American Leadership Foundation with the Attorney General Rob Bonta. After that screening, there will be a pre-recorded self-defense class from the incredible Asians Are Strong organization led by Hudson Liao and Jeremy Jung. All right, so let's check out on the stream here.
There's just so much going on, Brian. But we're making it work, man. We are making it work.
Indeed. We'd love to hear from you all as well, folks tuning in. So I see a couple of comments in the chat. Feel free to type in your thoughts here. Unfortunately, this isn't a two-way interactive segment, but we'd love to hear your comments in the chat. And by the way, all these recordings will be made available after today. And yes, we will post the rallying cry as well publicly. There is a version of the rallying cry on the Asian Justice Rally Instagram page. So if you go to Instagram, type in @Asian Justice Rally, you'll see a lot of the press material and also the Marcom material. And there are a few slides which contain the rallying cry. It's a condensed version of it.
Yeah, what you're seeing right now on screen as well, for those of you who are joining us, this is previous footage from our rallies earlier today. We had rallies all across the country in 6 different cities, including San Francisco, Philadelphia, Chicago, New York City, Los Angeles. So if you want to go back and watch those, you can actually watch them in 2 different ways. You can watch them on the on YouTube, and you can also watch it this national stream that we're showing you right now, and then you can also view each of the individual cities' live streams as well. So if you go to asianjusticerally.org, you'll be able to link or click directly on the links for those live streams, and you can watch everything that's been recorded already, again, directly from those cities or the national coverage that we've been covering this entire time.
Chris, so it sounds like the San Francisco streamers are a few minutes away. Would you like to, if you can, would you like to flip to the New York Rachel Hugh segment that I keep bringing up? And maybe you can just let that play. And everyone, thanks for your patience. We'll be back with the San Francisco stream in just a few minutes.
Yeah, you got it. Let me look for that real quick.
For sure. And for those wondering as well, we're just slightly behind schedule right now, but we'll get back on track relatively soon. I think it was at roughly the 40-minute mark.
Yep, I've got it up.
About the fact that our communities are living in poverty and our communities are struggling and we're getting brutalized in the streets. And what are they doing about it? What are they doing about it? Nothing. They're not doing anything about it. They're letting it happen because in the middle of a pandemic, we have people in our communities going homeless, being killed, dying from COVID, all of these things. And what does the government do in America? They let the rich get richer. They look the other way where the billionaires make all the money in the middle of a pandemic when we're starving and we're dying. And I say this to say, as a Southeast Asian, I want to say that we need to lift the silence. Our communities in this country are struggling. They are starving. They are poor. We are going through so much. We didn't choose to come to this country. We are the sons and daughters of people who were forced to be here. The United States bombed our countries from Vietnam to Laos to Cambodia, all the way across Southeast Asia, and they made our communities come here. I didn't want to be here. And I say that's strength and power because so many of our communities, our mothers, our fathers, our families, they die in this country wanting to go home. That's what it's like. We work under the table, jobs, making $5 an hour, working in sweatshops. That's what my community did, working in sweatshops, literally making bags for Walmart in the richest country in the world. And so we have a moment of silence I want to get to before I get to everything else I want to say. But I say this because I ask everybody here, Will you be silenced?
No!
Will you be silenced?
No!
Are you going to stay silent?
No!
You're not. And are you cold?
Yes!
But are you tired?
No!
I'm not tired. So we want to move into our moment of silence to honor Vicha and all the victims of anti-Asian violence across the country. We want to stand with Vicha's family. We want to stand with all of the families across the country, because look at us here in the middle of the cold, in the ice, in the storm. We all decided to come out here and say, this matters to me. And that's the most powerful thing. So we want to go to our moment of silence. We're going to be engaging in nationally. Please take 1 minute and remember Vicha and his life and everything that he was worth.
Oh, I could listen to Rachel rally all day. So I mean, Rachel's so prominent in these rallies, and there's many weekends where Rachel has just lost her voice at the end of it. But yeah, we're very thankful and grateful to have someone like Rachel in our community. And that was the footage of our nationwide moment of silence held roughly an hour ago. Okay, and the San Francisco team needs 5 more minutes just for timing and pacing purposes.
No worries. Hey, you and me can just chat. It is not a problem. Well, what is the, as we're looking at this previous footage, Brian, what is the impact you hope it will have today? Like, what are you, what do you hope that everything we've done, everything you've organized and led with for all 6 of these cities across the country, what do you hope that comes out of this today?
Yeah, it's a great question. And, I echo your earlier thanks as well to all the organizers. Chris and I were just a small part of this program. There are many, many people behind the scenes who've put a lot of work into this. And as Chris said, in a very short amount of time. But really what we're hoping to have come out of this is to really push our stories back to the forefront in media. And of course, we're demanding justice here. So there are a lot of perpetrators and people who committed these hate incidents and incidents of violence and crimes, which are still awaiting investigation or prosecution. Just last week, there was a 74-year-old Korean grandma who was shoved on the street, and that was a week ago. And the offender has been identified, but there's still an ongoing investigation here. So we need to make sure stories like that and cases like that are just not forgotten. We need to make sure that justice is served. And a lot of these things just kind of go away over a period of time. So really this rally is really meant to bring those stories back to the forefront, right? To make sure we're not forgotten. We're not just a statistic. And let's make sure justice is served. It's not okay for us to be shoved around, to have 80-year-old grandmas punched in the face all the time. That's not okay. And what we really hope is that we all contribute, like all the people tuning in here, all the people participating in person. We need to pull in our friends. We need to pull in our leaders, in the community, in our companies. We need to help everyone understand our overall experience, our entire, everything about us, right? Our full humanity. We're not all these incidents of hate and violence. These are people just like us. It could be us. It could be any of us. In fact, there are probably people listening here who have been victims of hate crimes and hate incidents or physical violence. So, we're not absolved. Like we are part of this, and we need to protect ourselves. We need to protect our elders, and we definitely need to protect all our women in the Asian community. So I long for a world where we can walk down the streets and just feel safe, right? We can go wait for a subway, a train in the subway, and not have to worry about who's behind us. the instrumental piece that you're seeing here in the stream, this is pre-recorded. This is an instrumental performance of You'll Never Walk Alone. And the reason why it's being played here is because on the day of Vicha's death, when he was shoved in this location right here, he was walking alone, right? And so I do dream of a world where we don't need to walk alone, but if we wanted to, we could and feel safe. So that's really what I hope to get out of today's rally.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, whenever I think about Vicha, I think about my own grandparents, right? And the family members that are older and may not have that ability to defend themselves, right? Just like Vicha did. If you haven't seen that video, I will give, I'll give a warning. It's really, really difficult to watch. But the violent nature of which he got pushed, right, is just so incredibly gut-wrenching and heart-wrenching. So it was very, very, again, very difficult to watch that video. Right now, you can see on the previously recorded video from San Francisco, you can see Justin speaking the rally cry. And what I can do too, Brian, if you like, I can show the Instagram feed where people can go and find it.
That would be great. Yeah.
All right, let me pull that up. Yeah, so if you go to Asian Justice Rally, you'll be able to see, where we held events all day today across the country. And right here, the rally cry that Justin spoke earlier, Brian, you shared as well. So yeah, fantastic thing that you all have done as well.
Yeah, and you're a big part of it, Chris. So thank you for all you've done and your leadership. And we wouldn't be here without you as well, because last year you organized a 12-hour live stream for Stand with Asians. We hope to never have to do something like that again, but it's good that we have these types of platforms and forums. We also know March 18th is coming up soon. We have things that we're planning as well around that. But really, thank you for paving the way and lighting the path for a lot of us.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's what we have to do, right? Is we have to stand for one another. It looks like San Francisco is starting to get up and about. Brian, would you like to cut over?
Absolutely. Yeah, let's cut over if they're ready.
Right. What I'll do is let's see. Yeah, it looks like they're getting set up right now. And we'll bring them up. Brian, can you share for those who are just now joining, what's going on here?
For sure. So this is the Paina Restaurant and Lounge. And what you're seeing here is it's a VIP lunch reception. It's a post-rally reception. Excuse me. And this group will be enjoying a nice meal, but they'll also be hearing from a number of civic leaders. So there are a number of people who weren't able to speak earlier because of time constraints. They'll be speaking in this lunch. We should be seeing Charles Jung, who was instrumental in organizing this entire nationwide rally. He's the executive director of APIs versus Hate. We're also going to hear from Norman Chen, who is the new CEO of the American Asian Foundation, TAF. And we should be hearing from Carl Chan, who's the president of the Oakland Chinatown Chamber of Commerce. Now, I mentioned that we do have an online program as well. So this feed will be active if you want to watch this feed after we cut over to the online portion of the program. That online portion of the program, again, it's the screening of the race epidemic, a preview screening of the race epidemic. That will start at 1:15 p.m. Pacific time. But this stream will continue as well for those who want to watch this part of it. And I think we have, oh, no, never mind. Looks like they're still setting up.
Yeah, I'll call out real quick just how incredible everyone has pulled together for this, right? Brian, you and I both know just the technological challenges that we've been dealing with, and just how much work it's been to not only coordinate across time zones, but just getting the right people in place. And there's just been so much incredible work that the community's been that the community has done and pulled together through to make sure that this stuff happens. So quick shout out to all of them as well.
100%. And while we're waiting, I can actually name the organizations who are part of the organizing team for today's rally. On a national level, we have APAs versus Hate. We have the Stand with Asian Americans team, and of course the Asian Leaders Alliance hosting this YouTube stream. In San Francisco, we have a number of organizations. We have Stand with Asians, the aforementioned. We have the Delta Chinatown Initiative. We have Dear Community, and Asians Are Strong. Asians Are Strong will be hosting a self-defense and bystander intervention online class in roughly about an hour from now. New York had the Asian American Federation, Soar Over Hate, and Main Street Patrol, who helped organize. In Chicago, we have the Coalition for a Better Chinese American Community. We have OCA Greater Chicago and AAPI Greater Chicago. In Los Angeles, we have the Thai Community Development Center and the OCA Greater Los Angeles. In Atlanta, we have the Center of Pan-Asian Community Services, the Thai Association of Georgia, and the National Association of Chinese Americans. In Philadelphia, we have the Philip Jason Memorial Foundation. We have Pan-Asian Senior Services, Federation of Korean American Associations of Northeast Partners, and the Council of Korean Americans and the Yellow Whistle, and NAPABA. I'll find out what that stands for in a bit, and also the APAPA. In addition to all those organizations I named, there are many other organizations involved as well. And of course, I want to thank the team behind today's online program. Chris Lin here, my co-host. Behind the scenes, we had Gislin Chan and Daryl K. Some of you saw Jimmy earlier, Jimmy Hua. Jimmy Hua's actually in the lunch now streaming. So yes, thank you everyone who helped make today happen. And of course, thank you all for the participants for showing up and being a part of today's rally, either virtually or in person.
Yeah, and I'm going to cut over, looks like we're slowly getting set up, not just with Jimmy's feed, but we've also got the speaker feed coming up as well. So I'll get that set up.
Wonderful. And while we're waiting for the speakers, as a reminder, at 1:15 we will switch over to the special preview of the race epidemic. And this San Francisco lunch stream will still continue, and there will be a link in the asianjusticerally.org website if you prefer to continue watching this lunch. Thanks for that.
Yeah, make sure you check out the website. You can see all previous streams from all of the cities earlier today. You can check out the national stream, which is this one that you're watching right now. But if you want to go back and rewatch everything that happened, all of our coverage, you can do that as well. Seeing a comment right now. Wish I didn't have a meeting at the same time as this. Looks like good food. Yeah, I wish I was there too.
Yeah, I'm starving right now.
It's all right. We've got a break coming up. We've got a break. We'll run over and grab some food.
So that's
Yes,
Justin
this is
Ju over there. He's
yeah.
the lead for Stand with Asian Americans serving drinks.
Yeah, I've got a comment here. This is San Francisco. Yes, this is San Francisco. And then a question about the LA live stream. Don't know if that is still live. Let me check it real quick. I know we were having technical difficulties with a couple locations.
Hi, Masami. Masami's the strong Asian lead commenter.
All right, looks like we're getting ready for San Francisco.
Excellent. All right. Enjoy.
I don't know. Yeah, where the who took the sides? Maybe Amy might know. Who had maybe Forest people might know.
Really quick, I'm seeing some comments coming through. I wanted to, for those of you who are wondering, this is the live feed. This is the national stream for today. If you want to look at any of the previous streams or any of the city-specific ones that are still live, you can go to asianjusticerally.org. It's down here at the bottom of the stream for you to take a look at, and you can look at all of the previously recorded or currently live streams that are happening. Now we're going to cut back over to San Francisco to so we can listen in.
To remember Grandpa Vicha. We're so grateful that Moth Thanos and her family has taken initiative to make sure that her father's life of the community and that he is
very hard. The Chinatown volunteer coalition worked very hard on this Remembrance presentation. So please enjoy.
To have you get to know the life of his family and how the movement started. Natasha and the team worked very hard. Jade and the Chinatown Volunteer Coalition worked very hard on
Till you come and sit while with me. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulder. Raise me up to more than I can be.
strong when I am on your shoulders. Raise me up to more than I can be.
You're broken down and tired of living life on the merry-go-round. And you can't find us fighters. I see it in you, so we can walk it out. Mountain. We can walk it out. Mountain. And I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up afraid. I'll rise up, and I do it the in spite of the age, I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. The silence isn't quiet, and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe. And I know you feel like dying, but I promise we would take the world to its feet. Mountain, bring it to its feet. Mountain. And I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up afraid. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again.
Thank you so much for being here and sharing this moment and getting to the life of Grandpa Vicha and his family. Thank you to Natasha and the team for putting together such a great remembrance. Let's give it up to Moth Thanos and her family. Thank you, Moth Thanos. And next up, I'd like to invite Moth Thanos herself for a couple words from her heart.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for everyone here today. So good afternoon, our honored guests today. I would like to thank you for all of you for supporting our Asian community. Today is one of our successful event to move on to live up equality for all Asian Americans. We don't want to see any more Asian Americans to get attacked or killed. When we are targeted, we cannot keep quiet. We must raise our voice. Nowadays, as you see, there are more cases almost daily. We have to be united and stand up for each other. And now I know we have not just only Asian, but all other allies who are supporting us. I'm looking forward to seeing our nice and peaceful society. Please enjoy your lunch, and thank you very much for being here today. Thank you for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Moth Thanos. Let's give it up one more time for Moth Thanos. Thank you, thank you. Next up, I'd like to invite, we call him Captain America, Captain Asian America, Charles Jung. He's brought us together in so many ways, and he's also the voice of reason and the voice of keeping us on track. So please come on up. He's one of the co-organizers of this event. Charles.
My friend Kelly told me that the best speeches are the ones that are unplanned and unwritten, so this is going to be the best speech, Kelly. We gathered before the rally started, just the organizers, and we had a moment of prayer and gratitude really towards Moth Thanos and her family, because we've been working with a lot of victims of anti-Asian violence and hate, and most are afraid. And because to be in the spotlight places you in a vulnerable position. So really what Moth Thanos is giving to us is a gift of her story. And it's so important for the community because these moments don't come along but once in a generation. Vincent Chen in 1982, the LA riots, Stop Asian Hate. And we have to well use these moments, as Moth Thanos likes to say. I was asked to talk a little bit about the origin story of this group of activists that inspires me so much. And I have to give a special shout out to Natasha Kwan. So Natasha first asked me to meet Moth Thanos and to help her 2 months ago to write a letter to the San Francisco, it's not gonna be political, San Francisco District Attorney to demand better communication with victims of anti-Asian violence, to increase language access, and to identify what the DA's office is doing to protect everybody in this city, including Asian Americans. And I can tell you, when she first invited herself to a happy hour with my friend, I said, I didn't say this to her, but I thought, who are you? And why are you here? But she connected us to a group of so many organizers in this room. Forrest and Mark and Hudson and Jonathan and Amy, too many people to name, who are really the next generation of leaders for the Asian American movement. And we need to give each one of these people a big round of applause, because they are the people who are making it happen for our community today. And we met with the district attorney twice. Won't tell you what happened in those meetings, but I remember the Zoom calls that we would have beforehand, just to prep everyone to make sure they're on the same page. You know, I don't remember much of what I advised, except I said, don't fucking cross-examine this guy. You know, there's no press here, no CNN moments, no Fox News moments. And I can tell you, feeling that frustration when Drew is cross-examining our district attorney. I'm like, come on, man, what did we just talk about? But this is the real passion. And I'll just share one more anecdote, which is that 2 weeks ago, before Christmas, I remember going to a holiday party, a Christmas party my wife took me to. And in the middle of it, this was on a Sunday, retreated to the basement, used their Wi-Fi, jumped on a Zoom call with Forrest and Natasha and Justin. And we said, you know, what can we do to elevate this moment where in your news feeds, you as Asian Americans primarily might see the issue of anti-Asian hate alive, but that's not what America sees. America does not see this moment anymore. And so what we wanted to do was elevate this moment to remind Asian America, but also to remind the rest of America that this issue of anti-Asian violence and anti-Asian bias persists even to this day. And we really want to thank Moth Thanos for letting us tell her story. Thank you, Moth Thanos. And so when we raised this issue, let's make it nationwide. I thought, that's great, but I don't want to do it. So, and so we had a lot of reservations, but 200 hours of Zoom calls and organizing. Today in New York City, in Chicago, in Atlanta, in Philadelphia, in Los Angeles, in San Francisco, we united in a moment of silence to honor the victims of anti-Asian hate. And that's what's possible when we unite our voices and stay together, because today we break the silence. Thank you.
Break the silence, everybody. Woo! Thank you, Charles. Thank you for bringing us together. And as Charles is talking about the origins of this movement that's happening here with Asian Americans for civil rights, I'm very honored to invite my next guest, Reverend Arnold Thomas. He's the Townsend. He's the vice president of an NAACP SF, and I'd love to have him share a couple words for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I can still get up there. I'm pretty impressed with that. As a matter of fact, we have a thing like that at church. And recently, well, before the pandemic, I made the mistake of hopping off. Not sometimes I forget I'm almost 80 years old, but thank God. Yeah, I look good. And it's got to be the Lord, because any of you who've known me for a while know it's certainly not because I took care of myself. I got to this town in the summer of love, 67. Just got out of the Army. And that really brings me to the first point I wanted to make when in regards to hate, that I was drafted into the Army. Most of you are too young to know anything about that, but you used to get a letter in the mail, men did, and it said, greetings from your Uncle Sam, and your whole life was changed. It was disrupted, and you were gone for 2 years in the Army, or you were gone to 5 years in prison, your choice. I sometimes think I made the wrong choice, because it was during the height of Vietnam. I didn't go to Vietnam, I went to Korea. Now, you can look at me and tell, and born in 1943, and tell that I knew something about hate before I went into the Army at 22 years old. But what I learned in the Army is that hatred for others is one of America's, or this country rather, I shouldn't use the term America, there are a lot of Americans. There are Central Americans, South Americans, and there are other North Americans in Canada, and they all have a right to use the term America. But the U.S., one of its greatest exports is hate. When I got to Korea and saw how people in Korea were treated by the U.S. military, it was amazing. We create a red light district everywhere the soldiers go, and terrible things when you talk about sex trafficking, you haven't seen it till you've been around a military post overseas somewhere. And it not only includes women, but it includes girls and boys, young children. And so, and it was really disgusting to me because I'm Black. I knew what that meant, the treatment, the names. They not only called people, but they expected me to call them that. And if I did not, something was wrong. And let me tell you something. You've got to be ever watchful to not succumb to it. And that's one of the messages that's going out in our community, and telling folk not to fall for the okie-doke, not to fall for the fact that this is easy, because many of the crimes that you see committed are crimes of opportunity. The only hate comes in because of how people look. They figure they're an easy mark. They're elderly, they're Asian, they can get away with it. Asians don't call the police. Y'all know the stereotypes better than I do. And so because of that, it makes people pray. But I want to just tell you a couple of things. Because we're going to solve this, we have to. But when we do, when things start to change, we've got to keep on fighting because it'll come back. And if it doesn't come back on Asians, it'll come back on someone else. I know because we've been victims of it since the country was founded.
All right, thank you all for tuning in to the Asian Justice Rally online program. My name is Brian Pang, pronouns are he, him. My co-host here is Chris Lin behind the scenes. The Asian Justice Rally is a nationwide rally held today on January 30th on the anniversary of 84-year-old Thai grandfather Vicha Ratanapakdeed's death. And what we're seeing here is we're in our third hour of programming online, where we just saw the rallies across 6 different cities with very powerful tributes, a nationwide moment of silence and commemorations to all the victims of anti-Asian hate. Currently, we're streaming the San Francisco Lunch in Paina Restaurant and Lounge, where several civic and nonprofit leaders are giving empowering and inspirational speeches. This stream will continue through a different link, and you can find that link on the asianjusticerally.org website. But for now, we're going to continue with our online programming. And upcoming in just about a couple of seconds here, the Asian Pacific American Leadership Foundation will be hosting a special preview of the race epidemic with Attorney General Rob Bonta. Following this segment, we will have a pre-recorded self-defense class from the incredible Asians Are Strong organization. So without further ado, I will pass over to James Lau.
Thank you for having us. My name is James Lau. I'm the Executive Director of the Asian Pacific American Leadership Foundation. The APAL was founded in 2004. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit organization designed to help prepare and better equip APA leaders for public service and civic involvement. Since 2004, many of our participants have gone on to serve in public office, including our leaders like Assemblymember Evan Lowe, San Francisco City Attorney David Chu, and Assemblymember, it's hard to say, but Attorney General Rob Bonta, who you'll see later on today. For the last 3 years, we've been working on this documentary to address hate, bias, and prejudices. And then we're doing a bunch of trainings to address these biases so we get more leaders, APA leaders, to serve in different leadership positions. At this point, I'd like to introduce our moderator and executive producer, John Kabar, who's going to talk a little bit more about the documentary. There you go.
Thanks, James. I just want to shout out to Brian and Chris and Jimmy and Justin and everybody else who put this rally together. It's been an extraordinarily humbling and inspiring time together. So I'm grateful for all the work that was brought together to have us here today. And thank you. James, the head of the Asian Pacific American Leadership Foundation, and is sponsoring a film. They're going to see a preview of it in a few moments. The race epidemic, the resurgence of the yellow peril. I got involved with the community for a very long period of time because of this film, which is a documentary about Asian hate and Asian discrimination, the history of it through the eyes of Asian legislators and other community members and leaders. It has something that's very different than a film, because we have great films out there and interesting educational products out there to help us think about different things. But in the spirit of today's rally, it is to try to help shift not only the consciousness, wake people up, but also get them into action, right? Because it's about action. So the documentary will be shown. It hasn't been shown yet. It has never been premiered yet. It will soon. It is shown in the context of an educational experience. You will opt into a training about Asian history and Asian activism and how to be engaged in the community. Because that's what we want to do is this rally, this film is about activation, right? And it's not only about stopping hate, because we have to do that, and stopping ignorance, which we have to do, but it's about empowerment. It's about empowerment of people, particularly young people, the young people that are inspiring us and my generation today about what we need to do to move forward. In a few moments, you're going to hear from Ron Wong, who's really the brain behind this film. Ron Wong, the head of Imprenta and also the founder of the Asian Pacific American Leadership Foundation. We'll hear his comments in a few moments. And also from one of the stars, if you will, of the film, our Attorney General Rob Bonta will be with us in a few moments. But before I keep talking, let's just see the trailer of the film, and I'll give you a flavor for what we're trying to accomplish. So here it is, The Race Epidemic.
They pulled in on his eye so that at the end of the spot, all you saw was his eye like this looming out of the TV screen. There were pretty distinct evidences of anti-Asian bias.
Asian Americans face the stereotype of being considered foreigners in their own land.
Asians have one of the longest histories of being victims of stereotyping.
But a great many of them, of course, were citizens of the United States. Well, why do you think they were treated that way, for instance, and the Italians and Germans were not, who were also our enemies at the time?
Because your face looks different, therefore you must have been born in a different country.
When I was growing up in Boston, I was regularly called chink, gook, Jap.
And right there on the front page was coverage of that these two killers had received probation for killing a Chinese man.
That's not necessarily the stereotype of Asian Americans, that they're strong and they're tough and they're going to, like, you know, kick ass with criminals.
There's something that doesn't allow Americans to say, hey, yeah, he could be the leader.
You could take on an Asian American candidate and get away with it because they're the so-called model minority that nobody feels sorry for.
We can't continue to allow China to rape our country, and that's what they're doing.
And what I'm fearful of is that when you see all of these communities marching in the streets because there are direct attacks, Asians say, well, it's not quite us. But if you look at history, it's only a matter of time.
Racist attacks and pestilence are linked in history. Mobs killed thousands of Jews accused of spreading plague.
And the tendency to use race as a scapegoat for things that people are unhappy about.
The Chinese virus, the fight against the Chinese virus that comes from China.
Racist.
It's not racist at all.
You dirty Chinese, and he just kept saying that over and over again. I've never felt anything like this before.
This, just one of many incidents across the country now being reported.
Hate is one of the strongest motivating factors. That divisiveness has been with us.
The pandemic has revived much older, larger, racist, anti-immigrant narratives. It's part of our very long history of xenophobia and racism. And we know that in particular, disease has intersected with this idea that immigrants are a threat.
I am a little bit shocked that we moved in that direction so quickly.
I think there's a deeper problem, the issue of Asian culture and Asian pride.
This is not my history that somebody who is cooking your fried rice or your wings.
We need to do more as Asian Americans. We can't just sit in the sidelines.
Who's the Asian Jesse Jackson? Who's the Asian Al Sharpton?
To bring attention to this great thing, the trailer itself is really a preview of the film, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity for you to see a little bit of it. But let me bring on Wang, who is the producer of the film, and really the inspiration and the brains behind it, and the guy who got me involved, but really who wanted to draw a brighter line in the community right now to say, hey, there's been a lot of things going on for a long time. Let's focus on it, let's look at it, and let's make some change. Hey, Ron, how you doing?
Great. Thank you, John. And it's been such a pleasure working with you on this important project and over the years for all the great things you've done, not only for AAPIs, but other people of color and Californians and people looking for a better life as a head of foundations, the private sector, John. It's just, thank you for joining us as an executive producer. And I just want to say to Chris and the other organizers, you know, you guys are doing such a phenomenal job. It's just amazing. Chris and Brian pulling all these people together across the country and seeing Justin up there and the work he's doing nationally and sparking, you know, San Francisco is really the epicenter of this. But I have to honestly say, I wish we weren't here today, right? I wish we didn't have to rally. I wish we didn't have the violence that our country is seeing. And I wish we never had to do this film and the film didn't turn out the way that it did. But it's really prophetic. And when you hear Evan Lowe say, "When do we march?" you have to remember this film was shot more than 3 years ago. And it really began as a way of looking at institutional racism and biases and how it affects leadership and how people who seek leadership are unfairly discriminated against, and the perceptions and the history that holds us down from being fully participants in this American democracy. It began looking at John Chung's race for governor here in California. And when he pulled Gavin Newsom as his major opponent, Gavin Newsom came right out of central casting, looks better than most movie stars, right? 6'4", great looks, has the charm, great chin, great hair, and that's not the perception and the way Asians are perceived as leaders. So how does that translate into the voting booth? And that was the original premise to the film. But when Trump was throwing gasoline on race relations, and we had the BLM movement, and now with AAPI hate, we saw this coming because it's in our history, it's in our past. But the one thing lacking, and that's again why I'm so happy to be here and say what a great job everyone is doing. In the past, we've been able to rally around Vincent Chin, but we didn't have the power, the numbers, and the political might, nor the infrastructure to make a difference. And that's really what this film is trying to do, is to get people who aren't active, to get people who are beginning to be active. It's not going to lay on the shoulders of John Kabar and myself. We've been at this a long time, but really other people and what you all are doing, if we could use this film as a tool to motivate and educate people. And if the audience is not us, the audience is America. Because it's not only AAPIs that face this historical racism, obviously, but we are part of the movement that's trying and needs to change America so we can have a true and fair democracy. So thank you for letting me be here.
So Ron, let's just talk about the film just a little bit. There's a history of Asian discrimination and hate as a thread that goes through the film. And what do you hope that the viewer gets out of it after watching the film?
Well, I think on two different levels. One, for the folks here today, AAPIs, I'm sure some of you are younger, some of you weren't around when Vincent Chin first came up, but that was a historical moment. Some of you didn't remember when Mike Wu in Los Angeles was running for mayor in the 90s, and he was, a lot of people thought he would win, which would have been amazing for us. Now we have major mayors, but we didn't have that in the 90s. So what we're trying to say is like this moment in time is not unique. And if you look at violence and hate, it's always been around. And we talk about lynchings, and it's always a stereotype, not stereotype, but unfortunately, Asians aren't part of that discussion. We don't know our own history. But the biggest lynchings in North America, because this includes Canada, happened in San Francisco Chinatown, Vancouver Chinatown, and Los Angeles Chinatown, where mobs went into those Chinatowns and killed people and lynched them and burned it down. So we didn't know that of our own history, by and large. So knowing that history, we can contextualize what may happen in the future, and that prescribes the formula and the path to getting over those barriers. These aren't once in a generation activity. This is going over and over. Not only to us, but other people of color.
Yeah, I mean, I always like it to the metaphor of the volcanoes coming out of the molten lava that's been there for a long time. It's just that we're seeing the manifestation of these hate incidents, these horrific things that have been happening. But underlying has been this racism and this history of legislative activity that has prevented our communities from being fully integrated into society. So for the younger group, for the people that are waking up and who are interested in now being involved, which this rally is really all about, what do you hope people will do when they see the film? And talk a little bit about your inspiration about having training.
Well, I think what we're having now is a movement across America, right? People are getting, I don't want to use this phrase too loosely, but woke. They're getting active. They want to help. But maybe some of them, there are different ways you can help. Obviously, you're having a self-defense class later, but seeking, you don't have to be a politician to affect change. You can serve on your local planning commission. You can serve on any number, a human rights commission at your city. Any number of cities that put you into the mainstream where they're making decisions that affect us. For too long, AAPI said, well, that's nice, but civic engagement or civic leadership doesn't apply to me. So when you serve on a planning commission at your local city, maybe then you say, wow, there's a lot of things I didn't know about that's really affecting my parents' business or my ability to generate income into this community. I want to run for city council. So I'm not saying everyone has to go and take the trip that former Assemblymember Rob Bonta took and David Chu took, but there are other ways that you can serve. And a lot of you are doing that on creating boards and commissions, creating entities and groups. But there is an infrastructure within each of our own communities. And some of that is political. Some of that is nonprofit. Some of that is attached to, corporations as like boards and commissions and whatnot. But be active and be active in the mainstream. Be active in the mainstream because that's where decisions are made. And that's another important point to the film. When you'll hear from our Attorney General here in California, but in David Chu in San Francisco, policy matters and the people making those policy matters. And that's something that we can't forget in this movement.
There's policies, but there's also just one-on-one, personal, toe-to-toe conversations. People relate to other Asians, and those Asians are silent. They're not really speaking up, and not just speaking against Asian hate, which we have to do, but representing their community. I mean, this thing about not being silent anymore and standing up for the community and who you are at your PTA, at your church, at your nonprofit, certainly at work, being represented, being at the table and representing the community so that there's a greater understanding that there's diversity in the community, that there's needs in the community. One of the things that's been coming out of this rally is the great spectrum of diversity and need in this community that is totally understood because it's a complex community. And if we don't stand up and get out of our silence, people will not understand, and we can't break the ignorance. There's one of the biggest challenges, I think, that's facing us. Asian education, Asian American education is just coming into the K through 12 market. California really hasn't even executed on it. I think it's Illinois and Indiana that are leading in Asian American studies in the K through 12 marketplace. So we have a ways to go.
Great.
So I know we're waiting for, hello, here he is, our great Attorney General, Rob Bonta. Thank you for making the time, for being with us.
Pleasure's mine.
And we've been talking about the film, The Race Epidemic, and Ron's brainchild, and you are, of course, are in that film. So I want to welcome you, but I would love to have one of the clips that the Attorney General is in, just to kind of precede us in this conversation. If we have that queued up, let me know, and we can just take the first clip, and then we'll come back and get the Attorney General's comments on that so we can contextualize it.
My father went to Selma and was there as part of the civil rights movement. I was in church with Martin Luther King Jr. and marched for a better future to end segregation and discrimination and Jim Crow, and why so many other students and allies and people from all walks of life did the same, because they imagined a better future and decided to fight for it. It's not linear, it's not a straight line how we move towards progress. But as long as we're always marching and pushing, we'll get there. And I believe that it takes, it's not a passive act. You don't just wait and hope and believe that it'll happen and it'll happen. You need to make it happen. It requires actors and agency and fight and strategy and coalitions and people pushing towards those same values, being driven by that common set of values that make us who we are. I mean, that's in some ways, that's what that American aspirational vision is. It's a vision to always fight for, knowing that we're humans with our limits and our weaknesses and our failings, but that we'll always try to push towards that. And with that push, we get closer each day.
So, Rob, again, thank you for being with us. I know how busy you are. This is a fascinating day. The Asian Justice Rally all over the country, trying to mark and memorialize the occasions, the horrific occasions, but also the opportunity to try to bring attention and education to this moment. How do you respond to what's going on around us right now?
It's another moment that requires us to meet the moment and to meet the call, to answer the call, to stand up as we have so many times as a Asian American community, to fight against injustice, to right wrongs, to be vocal and active. And I've seen it time and time again. And honestly, it's been, although painful to experience, some of us individually, all of us collectively, the pain of these target attacks against our community members because of who we are or how we look or where we're from. Inspiring to see us rise up together in so many places in so many ways. So, and I see, this as part of what we've long done. It's to me, it's not new. To me, it's what we did with Vincent Chen. It's what we did when, what Yuri Kochiyama has inspired us to do, or Fred Korematsu. Today of all days, to remember that. It's what we have done and we must continue to do. It's a burden, but also responsibility. And again, to some of the points I just made in that clip, justice doesn't just happen. It's envisioned in the founding of our country, but not yet realized for all of us in all the ways that it needs to be. And for it to be realized, we need to fight for it. It requires action and activism. And I'm really thankful for this opportunity to be in this film. Thank you to Wang, just a great friend and leader, for lifting this up and shining a spotlight on these issues specific to our API community. And I think, to me, inspiring us to continue the important fight ahead.
Let me just say, it seems like, you've been on this fight for so long, and your father and a generation has been going by, and Ron and I have been involved in many different things. And I think there's been progress. I think there's been great steps and strides that have been made. But I'm sensing something slightly different now with the capabilities and the movements. And because we have legislators like you in office, and because we have young people that are organizing these kinds of rallies, it feels like there's a little bit different momentum, a little bit different time today. Would you comment on that?
Today, I think there's both unprecedented positive components to the moment and also negative.
Yeah.
Let me start with the negative first. We're in some of the most extremes we've ever seen in the history of this nation. And I know a lot of people are looking at that fact and trying to understand why and where we are, what's at risk. And but we're also, as you say, in a moment of some of our API leaders who are from the API justice movement, who've come up through that movement, are now in positions of positional power, not on the outside, asking those with the positional power to fight for us and see us and value us as a community, but are right in squarely smack dab in the middle of those positional powers, whether it's mayors or attorneys general or legislators or congresspeople. And so having that power is important, and raising our voice through those positions is critical. And and to me, perhaps most inspiring, our next generation, who are so clear-eyed on what is right and what is wrong, who are not afraid to hit the streets and raise their voice and march and fight. That inspires me because they are absolutely clear about the unacceptability of multiple components of where we are today in terms of not having inclusion and justice as it should be and as it must be. And they are not patient. as they should not be, for change and change now. And they have an urgency that they bring to the fight that is critical. So I think we're facing unprecedented challenges, but we also bring unprecedented strength to that fight.
So let me ask you about the film now. So the vectors of the negative and the positive, but also the people in positional power like yourself. And I think that's what the film is about. The storyline comes through the legislators and other leaders about this history that has preceded us, this history that we're living now, the history that we will make. So what's your hopes, aspirations about this film, and how can we use this as a catalyst for change?
You know, this film, as Ron may have already shared or may share in an ongoing discussion, it took a lot of, it transformed and it changed over time, and it was inspired by something that really resonated with me, which is how people see Asian American leaders, or rather don't see Asian Americans as executive leaders, as powerful, strong leaders, and what that meant in the governor's race, a number of years ago when John Chung was in the race and Gavin Newsom won. And that has been something that I have personally experienced and lived with in terms of stereotypes and projections on me of what I can and can't do, and how I can lead or can't or can't lead based on my Asian American heritage. And so, and then it took on more resonance as we moved into these very dark chapters with respect to hate, and is very even more resonant and powerful today than when it started. And so I think that one of the many powerful components of the film is it shines a light on the challenges of today, on the hate that is deep, and that is, some folks are, unapologetically unafraid to exhibit so casually sometimes, and without fear of repercussion, and just so public and out there. And it also, to me, comes with a message of empowerment. That while we are facing these challenges, we must face the problem to fix the problem. And we are in the middle of making history with all of the incredible leaders that are on full display in this film, leading that fight. And that we are more than capable of meeting this moment as we focus on the challenges ahead. But we need to be clear-eyed and sober about what the challenges are. They're deep, they're entrenched, they're not new. And so, that's important to recognize as well. Maybe a different form or, a different mutation of past, hate-based attacks and targeting. But this is part of our experience in this nation since the founding. And hopefully it won't always be, but while it is, we must fight. And it's inspiring to see that, we have great leaders taking on incredible positions of power, who have great influence in meeting this challenge of hate and prevailing.
Thank you. Ron, did you have a question for the Attorney General?
I just want to make a statement and then maybe have a question for our Attorney General. One, about envisioning what you can and can't be, right? There could be people who are listening, watching, and did you think you could be the Attorney General? And even in that statement, if you say no, which I find would be shocking, but in knowing your background, if you were a 6'2" white guy with the same credentials, you would have said yes when you were in college, I'm sure, or even before. I mean, just a little bit about you, right? When I first met you, you didn't think you were gonna be an elected official, but you had gone to Yale, you'd gone to Oxford, you went to Yale Law School. Your daughter just graduated from Yale, so hopefully she'll make I know she'll make an impact with you and your lovely wife as inspiration. But what could you say to those people who don't believe that they could be in these kinds of positions, and why is it important to be in these positions?
I never thought I would be in any of these positions, just straight up. I dreamed and wanted to serve and make lives better. I thought I'd be lucky to be on a team in the background, on a staff working for someone who was the actual elected or the actual, a person with agency and influence and power. As a kid who was born in the Philippines, brought here as an infant by my parents, and grew up a brown kid in California, where my value was not something that was shared with me by those around me as I grew up. That leaves its marks. But we create the future that we shape and that we fight for. And it took people like you to tell me that I'd be the first Filipino American state legislator in the history of California when I didn't believe it, but you believed it before I did. People around me believed I could be the AG when I didn't believe it. And so, we do this together as well. We support each other and lift each other up as a community, in coalition and in collaboration. So my message to all those out there is you can do anything you want, and you can do it now. You don't need to have a title to make a difference. Our young people fighting for change are some of the most powerful voices in any of these fights. And if you want and you seek it, you can have any positional power you want, from US president to anything else. They are there for us as much as they are for anyone else. And, for some folks in the white community, there is a sense of entitlement and privilege that, they are trained and or conditioned to believe that they are entitled to certain things that we're not, but they are there for us as much as anyone else. And we can go after them and earn them and occupy those positions as much or more than anyone else.
I just love that question so much. Thank you, Ron, for bringing that out. Because I think one of the things then I'd love to hear from you, Rob, is to those who have aspirations, not necessarily for public office, but for doing good and making a bigger difference and having a bigger impact and putting, as Steve Jobs said, a dent in the universe. How do we do that together, right? How do we do it? You got some feedback. You had support from a community beyond your family, beyond a good education, et cetera, et cetera. You had the platform there, but then pushed and shoved, pulled, and how do people, young people in particular, who see this film, who are at this rally, who have aspirations, what other resources can they seek besides making sure that they understand that the gates are open? But how do they seek that support to be able to realize some of those dreams?
Two things. One is, to my point about, I certainly couldn't do anything I've ever done in my life alone without people who have my back and believe in me and fought for me and encouraged me, coached me, told me the hard truths when I needed to be told them instead of what I wanted to hear, like Ron. And Ron has been that for me from day one. I don't want this all to be about me and Ron, but Ron is very special to me, as you can tell, and is a special leader in our community to so many of us. I'm not the only one who feels this way about him. But you need someone who's who loves you, but gives you tough love too, and tells you the things that you need to improve on, and tells you, I believe in you, but you need to do this better, or you can't make that mistake again, or you need to be better at X, Y, or Z. And so the honesty, and especially as folks get into certain positions, folks want to tell you what you want to hear instead of telling you what you need to hear. You need people who are telling you what you need to hear. And so find your team, find your crew, find a group that shares your values and wants to fight with you. That when you get into a skirmish, you want to look to your left and look to your right and see them with you, in that foxhole fighting. And that's the group that will be with you, have your back, be loyal to you, and help you rise. Also, don't expect to be given things, and do things the right way. Do the hard work, do the learning, do the research, research the policy issues. If running a campaign, you got to raise the money. You got to knock on doors. Some of the stuff is nothing but good old fashioned elbow grease and hard work. It doesn't take rocket science, but are you going to grind until 9 p.m. every night? Are you going to make 10 more calls than your opponent? Are you going to have that fire in the belly? Like, that matters a lot. And frankly, for whatever success I've been able to enjoy, it's come from hard work, a high threshold for pain and grit, and less talent. Hard work and fight can get you a long way. And so, but as we create a brand, an ongoing brand for our Asian American leadership, it must be a brand of success and excellence and doing it the right way, not taking shortcuts, and not trying to have things given to you, but we always have to earn them. So the more we fight, the better off we'll be, and we'll help all each other along the way.
So let me, given your time and also we've used a great deal of this time from the rally, I want to kind of wrap things up by coming back to the film, because the film is what's bringing us together as part of connection to this rally. And when this film gets released, it's going to be associated with training, and that training is going to help people think about what they really want. One of the things about the silence is the silence within you that is suppressed by other people's expectations. Other people want you to do things and be things that are not consistent with who you are. And this emergence of coming out of the silence, of your own individual silence and community silence, is helped by your tribe, by your team, by your crew, that's helping you move forward to understand what work needs to be done, the real work that needs to be done that you're aligned with. So super excited about the film. Love to hear any parting thoughts you have, or recommendations for the group that's assembled here today in the context of this film and the amazing life that you've led, and the future that is ahead of you to help lead us to a better sense of community and connection and diversity and equity that we all dream of.
I mean, for me, your points about the sort of boxes that people try to put you in, the restrictions folks try to impose on you, like that's real stuff for me. It was for me, and it wasn't for me, and I'll share a little bit more about that in a moment. But it is for a lot of other APIs. One of my closest friend in the legislature, one of my closest friends in policy and politics is San Francisco City Attorney David Chu, former assembly member. And we did so many things together and fought side by side and accomplished some things we're really proud of. And I'm looking forward to our ongoing work together in our new roles. But one of the things that he would share with me was, when he was growing up, he was expected to be, a doctor or an architect, or maybe an attorney. And, there's a lot of hopes that our family, loved ones, our community, our friends have for us. And that's important because they believe in us and they want us to be successful. But we all have one life, and it's the life that we'll live. And I always encourage folks to do what you love if you can, because you will be great at it when you do. And, I had parents that believed in activism, that believed in fighting for social justice. They showed me. They didn't just tell me, but they told me as well. And they never said, we want you to be X, Y, or Z. But I knew they wanted me to go to college, and I worked hard to be able to do that. And I wanted to go to law school to be an attorney, and they encouraged that. And I know that they were very proud when I got into public service. But for some, I've heard parents say, hey, I can't believe you're in public service. When are you actually going to be a doctor? Or when are you going to be the thing that we want you to be? Everyone needs to manage that. But this world needs change makers. It needs dreamers and doers who are going to envision the world that we should have, that we don't have now, and help us get there. And if that's what you want to do, we need you in that fight. And if that's what you want to do, I encourage you to pursue that with all of the, the love and the passion and the power that you have. You're all more powerful than you know. And when you get in that fight, you can really make a difference and help us get to where we need to be.
Absolutely. Powerful words and inspirational words from our Attorney General. Thank you, Rob, for everything you do and your leadership. We support you, and we're grateful that you're part of this film. The Race Epidemic is coming to a place you can see it soon. In April, we're going to be launched. But if you're interested in helping us in supporting what we're doing as a part of this notion of raising the visibility of the issues, not only of Asian hate, but of Asian ignorance, and to address that through a film and a catalyst of training, as well as the great voices of legislators who've had the experience, like our Attorney General, to make change. We appreciate your time and attention. Thank you for everything this Asian Justice Rally is doing. Congratulations to the Asian Leaders Alliance and everyone who's put this together. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, massive thanks to you, John, Ron, James, and Attorney General Bonta for bringing this event to our program today. Thank you all for your work. Our communities are better off thanks to your efforts, and we are honored to host you today. So the Race Epidemic documentary is so important to tell the stories untold and the history and journey of our Asian communities within North America. And these are not only or commonly or currently taught in our schools or history books. So having this documentary is key to driving unity and solidarity within our communities, but also across our allies as well. And really to effectively drive change, we must learn about our experience, our past and present, how things came to be, and then we can really begin to tackle the problems at the root at systemic levels. So, and that really is the end goal. There's these individual activities like rallies and storytelling and increasing representation in media and corporate boardrooms and in the community. But let's make sure we're driving these moments into sustainable movements in a unified and solidified manner. As Attorney General Bonta said, we are seeing unprecedented challenges, but we're also seeing unprecedented strength. And Attorney General Bonta also said that we can take action now. We don't need leadership titles, and we all have the ability to make a difference. So thank you again, John, Ron, James, and Attorney General Bonta for bringing this film, the stories, and our message to the forefront. Thank you for your leadership and community work. When and where can we watch the full documentary?
Yeah, it's a great question. We've been, COVID has messed with us too. We had a rollout to all the different cities. We're going to do it live. We've been retooling now to do fully virtual release with the training virtual. So that's actually in the test phase this next month. We'll hope to premiere the film in April. And so we'll have a lot more to say on the racedocumentary.org has a website, which you've already published, and we'll have updates on that. But we're going to start distributing the film in April during Asia Pacific American Heritage Month. And as you said, I just want to say one thing, Brian. There's the reaction, the important action that's going on right now. And then there's a long game that has to go in parallel to this, which is the fight against ignorance. And it's the installation of education in our communities and our schools. And it starts with things like this film. This can't be the only thing. It's one thing amongst many things that will trigger a set of reactions, hopefully, and activities that will be replicated in many other places. But the film itself will be shown publicly for the first time in April, and then it'll be distributed broadly virtually.
Great, very well said. I'm very excited and looking forward to April. I would love to continue supporting, and I think everyone here who's watching and participating and even watching this stream on demand later on, please do your part to amplify and support this film. So thank you again, everyone.
Thank you.
For sure. So John, we're going to transition to the next segment here. You're more than welcome to stay on, of course. We'd love to have you. But at this time, we would like to go back and play back some of the speeches from the San Francisco lunch at the Asian Justice Rally. If available, I'm not sure if we can, if the Vimeo recording is ready to go or not. And then we'll move into the final segment of our program, which is an amazing online self-defense and bystander intervention class hosted by Asians Are Strong from the incredible Hudson Liao and Jeremy Jung. Are we good to cut back to the San Francisco lunch? Perfect. Enjoy.
I think we've been missing a foundation really to support us. And one of the changes that came out of the movement of last year was the Asian American Foundation. And I'd like to invite the CEO, Norman Chen, to come and tell us about the Asian American Foundation and himself.
Thanks everybody for having me here today. It's an honor to be here with you and with Kun Vicha's family. My name is Norman Chen. I'm the CEO of the Asian American Foundation, also known as TAF. We're brought today together in remembrance of one of our community members, Kun Vicha Ratanapakdee, who we lost a year ago today. Vicha was a father, a grandfather, and a beloved friend, and the lasting impression his tragic attack left on all of us has not faded one bit. Our communities continue to be under attack, and news cycles rarely capture the full breadth of the harm being inflicted upon our collective consciousness. But on days like this, when our communities come together and take action, we should be reminded of our strength and our resilience. We are strongest when our communities come together, which is one of the guiding lights for our work at the Asian American Foundation. TAF was founded in the spring of 2021 to help accelerate belonging and prosperity for the Asian American community, and we're seeking to do that by building the infrastructure needed to do better to protect, support, and celebrate our community. This mission has never been so important, particularly in our efforts to combat anti-Asian American hate and to keep our communities safe. We launched our Anti-Hate National Network last year to build more connectivity between the national organizations fighting to stop AAPI hate and the incredible local organizations working on the ground where hate is happening. As part of our anti-hate network, we've established an AAPI Action Center here in the Bay Area, also in Chicago and New York City, to ensure best practices for tracking, preventing, and responding to hate in a way that's scaled and shared nationwide. Our Action Center in the Bay Area is with Asian Health Services in Oakland. We're incredibly proud to be working with them to build on their 40+ years of service in the community. It's through partnerships with powerful organizations like AHS that we want to help engage in rapid response to incidents of hate and violence as they occur, jumping in to support the families and community members who are affected and engaging with local officials as needed. We also want to create long-term solutions for stemming the tidal wave of hate by incubating the services and supports that will prevent hate in the future. For too long, AAPIs have confronted discrimination, prejudice, and violence. In fact, today we commemorate the birthday of Fred Korematsu, the Japanese-American civil rights activist who took a defiant stand against Japanese internment. Anti-AAPI hate isn't ancient history. It's around us all the time, but all of us have the power to respond. We must be intentional and persistent about how we show up in not only the fight against hate, but in the fight for creating a greater sense of belonging and prosperity. TAF looks forward to working with you to continuing to stand together in that fight. Thank you all for the contributions you're making to our communities, and thank you for including me today to honor Kun Vicha's life.
Thank you so much to Norman and TAF for providing a foundation for the Asian American communities and giving us hope that we can come together and fight hate and create belonging. Next up, I want to invite a local celebrity, I would say, and also a long-time activist, Carl Chen. He is the president of the Oakland Chinatown Chamber of Commerce and also a board member of the Asian Health Services, which is part of the Action Network that TAF has set up. Please welcome Carl Chen.
Thank you. Before I get started, I want to say, Grandpa Vicha, Vicha's family and friends, we love you. And also for those in support of Vicha's family and those who are in support of all this AAPI hate, doing all your work, I also want to say thank you. My name is Carl Chen, and I'm so excited, of course, to see Norman, the TAF. And they have done quite a bit of good work and supporting those, especially Asian Health Services, which I also serve as a former chair and also current board member. So I wear many hats. And for those organizations you mentioned, including like APAPA, Asian Health Services, Oakland China Chamber of Commerce, and also with the many organizations, Neighborhood Crime Prevention Council, it's all volunteer work, just like many of you. And I want to say also special thanks to those doing all this patrol volunteer work in San Francisco, like Yana here. And we also have the original group in Oakland to patrol since the beginning of last year in 2021, the Blue Angels. And I do see Compassion Oakland is right here. Asia with attitude. And many of you have done so many things, in helping, our community. Now, don't worry, I have only one page. The font size is 20, okay? So it's okay. So it won't be that long. I try not to. But also, I want to talk about, when I'm hearing, Mr. Townsend, I want to talk about racism. And many people are trying to say that I understand racism. What I would say, you truly don't really know racism. unless you are the receiving end. And who knows best? Our Black community, and which is so true. And I'm so thankful that, so blessed, when I was in high school, the one person really influenced me the most was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And I remember I was in class, and I came from Hong Kong. So you never really watch any movie in class. So they said, they have a movie, let's watch. And turned out to be I Have a Dream. And that really changed my life, and that's why I'm doing what I'm doing now. Now, I know that Mr. Townsend did talk about we also suffer a lot in our community. If you could remember, some years ago, Chinatown, if you were Chinese, you could not cross Broadway. If you did, guess what happened? I know Mr. Townsend will tell you. Just like their own community, you got beaten up or you'll be lynched. And I'm not kidding. So that's happening, but we need to change that. I know that some of you have been reading and seeing the list of people got killed because of the AAPI hate. And I'll tell you, my name could also end up there. But I got lucky because I always got attacked. But I'm lucky that I've survived that attack. And it happened, early, end of April last year. And interesting enough, people said, why are you doing this? Well, I've been doing this for a long time. And some of you may still remember there are a couple of, high-profile murder cases taking place everywhere, but including Oakland. One of them is a father and son. They came in shopping in Oakland, downtown, and there was a little argument. So, the father said, what happened? Why are you beating up my son? And so, unfortunately, he also got punched in the head and knocked down on the ground in front of Fox Theater, and he died. And a few months later, actually shortly after, in the same year, another gentleman came and to be interviewed at Google. And just one day before, he got robbed in downtown Oakland. He got shot and killed. And when all this happening, the families got hurt, and they asked me to, I stepped in and helped. And I was the one helping to deliver. If the PTA office, you understand, or attorneys, I was helping to deliver what they call the victims' impact statements. So when that happened, I did it on behalf of those two families that lost, the loved ones. And the only good thing I could say was that it did bring us all together, the community. But that was very, very, very tough. And when I say tough, November was the most challenging month for me. Why? On November 4th, it was actually me, myself, delivering my own victims' impact statement. There are many people there in support of me, but surprisingly, there are many more people. They were supporting the attacker who attacked me. And I was a little surprised. But I guess this is what we are seeing in our community, in this country. And it's not the worst. In November, on November 6th, remember the little Jasper and who was in the car with the family on the freeway, driving on southbound 880. And a stray bullet hit and killed this little baby. And he was only 23 months old. So I was able to, connect it with the family. And I still remember on the day of November 8th, 2 days later, we were helping the father who was in China, who had never seen this little baby Jasper, even though the day when he was born. So on that day, he was able to fly in to SFO. And we were so lucky to get the help from the Oakland Police Department and the Alameda County Sheriff, the San Francisco Police, and also the Immigration Office. So we got him out quickly and, uniting with the family. And he himself never had a chance holding his own baby. And at the night, I spent most of the time with the family and talking about the logistics, talking about the funeral, talking about many, many things. And also one of the things that we were doing was to set up the GoFundMe. So when it was done and finished, I got home around 10 o'clock. So my wife was waiting for me and had dinner ready for me because it was my birthday. And I had the best dinner. It was a hot dinner, just like the good food you have like today, okay? And so I think it's the most memorable of my birthday. So I told my wife, I'm very fortunate because I got to celebrate many of my birthdays. But Jasper could get to see his second birthday. It has been so tough, especially knowing that, you know, this father never had a chance holding his own baby. And the time that we need to show him little Jasper is seeing the dead body. And that's been quite tough. So I think one thing, you know, we need to say and understand, the AAPI community, and there are many, many victims, like Vicha, and all the names go on, and hasn't been stopping ever since. And Mr. Townsend did mention, it did not happen yesterday or last year. It has been going on for many, many, many years. And when people are facing one pandemic, the AAPI community, we're facing the dual pandemic. And this attack hurting our community is the worst pandemic ever. Sorry, it's a allergy season. But it's also a season for love, not hate. And people said, what can we do? We can do a lot of things. And I know Justin asked me, what is the toughest things about doing all this work? I think when you are seeing me, I talk pretty tough outside. At the press conferences, I talk tough. But the only problem is when I got home late at night by myself, I couldn't help many times crying. I couldn't help myself. And because sometimes, you know, you feel like, you know, you're doing it alone. But today, you look at the rally, I know that I am not alone. But people said, want to do something. What do? We must do something to change it, okay? It takes all of us together, the political will, and we must do something. But it's not going to be you or me, it's going to be we. Now, I know Mr. Townsend did talk about many dark chapters in the history of this country. But guess what? Starting today and tomorrow, we'll start writing the new chapter of the history, and we can change it. And by working together, and we need to continue. Remember, it's not about you or me, it's us. And again, when we're doing this together, it's going to be many, many. I know that we're focusing so many times on the problems. Let's talk more about the solutions. I know you all know how to do this. And there are short-term and long-term solutions. And you know what? I know politicians can always say, I can do this. But it's not about talking, including all of us. It's about delivering. So when we are talking about solutions, let's talk about how to implement all these solutions together. And again, I'm so thankful, in addition to all of us, the media. Do you know that all this time, all this thing happening, and when we're talking about how many incidents happening, do you know that's only representing maybe 10 to 15% that you know about? What about the other 80, 90%, the incidents still happening every single day? We need to voice out. And I'm so glad that today, the rally and all of you came together, and the media is actually giving us the voice. And before, I remember when all this happening, Mr. Townsend and the NAACP, we have all have experience. Do they talk about things that you are concerned with? Not always. But are we talking about it now? They have to now, because all of us together. I also want you to know that for us to make all these changes, it cannot only coming out from the AAPI community. We all have to work together. The Black community, Asian community, Jewish community, Hispanic, all of us, we have to work together to make this change. Okay, so in closing, I really need to say thank you to all of you. Remember, we cannot just talk about it, but let's move on with actions. There are many, many people. I know I cannot name all of you, but a few people have to say, I want to say thank you to Justin, Charles, Letitia, Forrest, Lily, and many, many of you are the organizers. So let's do it. Let's change a dark chapter and rewrite a new chapter. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Whew. Light will prevail, and the reason we had the lotus as symbol is because it grows in the mud, in this dirt.
All right, thank you all for tuning in to today's Asian Justice Rally online program. My name is Brian Pang, pronouns are he, him, and my co-host here is Chris Lin, and we have Jislan Chan also running production. The Asian Justice Rally is a nationwide rally held today on January 30th on the anniversary of 84-year-old Thai grandfather Vicha Ratanapakdeed's death. And today we also commemorate Fred Korematsu, who is a Japanese-American civil rights activist. And today is also the first day in US history named after an Asian American. So today's rally, we commemorate Mr. Ratanapakdee, Michelle Go, Christian Hall, Yapan Ma, and countless more victims of anti-Asian violence, and for us to take collective action to fight anti-Asian hate and racism. Mr. Ratanapakdee's death, which was sadly caught on CCTV camera, also marked the beginning of the Stop Asian Hate movement. And as such, we want to refocus the public towards the persistent issue of anti-Asian violence and racism at the 1-year mark of Mr. Ratanapakdee's death, and also the 1-year mark of the Stop Asian Hate movement. In today's rally, we've hopefully inspired a conversation across our communities, led by various Asian American leaders, both in civic and community spaces, about the next steps in advancing our movement. With so many victims and so many senseless deaths and acts of violence, let's make sure we continue honoring their lives and make sure that their legacies continue to live on through our collective community actions. Let's work to make sure that their deaths or injuries or other afflictions are not in vain. And let's not allow their stories to be reduced to a statistic, to an afterthought, and then eventually forgotten. Let's continue fighting for justice, not only in the criminal systems and our policies, but also in society's treatment and mindsets towards our communities. We are currently in hour number 4 of our program, where we saw the rallies across 6 different cities with very powerful tributes. We also saw a nationwide moment of silence and commemorations to all the victims. We watched parts of the San Francisco VIP lunch in Paina restaurant in Japantown, where several civic and nonprofit leaders gave empowering and inspirational speeches. We then had the honor of hosting the Asian Pacific American Leadership Foundation with Attorney General Bonta, who provided us with a special preview of the race epidemic, which is due for wide release in April. And we now transition into the final segment of our online program, the Self-Defense and Bystander Intervention Training class from the incredible Asians Are Strong org, led by Hudson Liao and Jeremy Jung. Now, the Asians Are Strong organization was founded last March in response to the surge in violence towards our Asian communities across North America. And this group of leaders decided to do something about it. And their mission is very appropriate. It's to help rebuild the confidence within our own communities. And the surge in violence and anti-Asian hate crimes, which is destroying our community physically, mentally, and emotionally. And this group is really here to remind us that we are strong and that we are not alone and that we will change things. And the next part of the Asians Are Strong mission is to remind the world that the Asian community is strong. We are not easy targets. We are not passive. We will protect our families and our communities. And we will challenge the model minority myth. Now with that, let's watch this amazing pre-recorded class from the team.
Number one, don't be passive. Do something. You must actively stand up and speak out against anti-Asian racism in all forms at all times. Number two, be your own hero. Stop looking around. You have to take your own personal ownership and responsibility to protect yourself, your family, and your community. Number three, be brave together. Don't back down from hate. We are stronger together, and we need everyone to step up for the community. Asians are? Thank y'all for coming out. Hey, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us and tuning in from the Asian Justice Rally, live streams, and press conferences. Thank you. It means so much to us and our community for you to support this movement right now. I'm Hudson.
I'm Jeremy.
We're two co-founders of Asian Strong. We are a 501c3 nonprofit based in the San Francisco Bay Area, but we have partners and volunteers throughout the nation. And our goal and mission is to protect and empower the Asian Pacific Islander community.
Asians Are Strong was founded in March of 2021, immediately after the Atlanta shootings, and also a tipping point in the increasing rates of Asian hate crimes. Myself, Hudson, a bunch of friends and family just thought enough was enough, and we got together, we formed the org, and to give back, not just to the Asian American community in the San Francisco Bay Area, but also the surrounding communities throughout the entire country, as well as those allies that support us.
Yeah, we know right now the most important thing for all of us is our safety for ourselves and our loved ones. And that's what we really focus on right now, so that we can give back confidence and empower our people. Because without personal safety, we know people don't feel individually empowered. And if they don't feel individually empowered, we can't engage them in our community. And if we can't engage them, we can't create a movement, which we need to demand the changes we want.
And especially on that note, we teach situational awareness, bystander intervention, and self-defense. And we try to promote a fun and safe environment so that you're not just doing this as a standalone activity. Self-defense and martial arts should be a long-term project that you're training on a daily basis. And by being well at those repetitions and you're training and having fun, you're actually going to training. And by training, now you're better equipped and set up for success for if stuff hits the fan. And especially on that, you'll build the confidence. And we have 3 call to actions to support that with: don't be passive, be your own hero, and be brave together.
Yeah, we promote a lifestyle. It's just not watching one video or one content. You know, we usually do these live so that me and Jeremy and our team can actually do live webinars and workshops with you, but we can't today. We're actually at the rally. I think I might be marching right now, and Jeremy's actually hosting the luncheon in San Francisco. So we're going to roll our top 10 most popular and best videos for all of you that haven't seen us. And if you want more of our content, follow us at Asian Strong on Instagram. That's where we're most active. Or get in touch with us at asianstrong.org. We can do something private for your company or your team or any of your community members. We love to work with people that way. So we're going to see some of our best videos. We cover bystander intervention, self-defense, how to defend against a knife attack, how to properly kick someone in the dick, and even defend against multiple attackers as well. So, you know, without further ado, we're going to roll the top 10 videos for you right now.
So our next self-defense move of the night is going to be what's called a low single. Okay, so it's a little bit more of an advanced move, but I assure you I've used this many times against much larger opponents in both jiu-jitsu and wrestling. Okay, so in this situation is another worst case scenario. It's when the perpetrator has guided the person to the ground. Okay, so right here is Grace is going to be on the floor. Okay, Hudson is going to be the attacker. Again, worst case scenario, he's punching her, he's punching her. Now in this situation, I know it's going to be hard, but Grace needs to stay calm and look for her openings. Okay, so what she's going to do right, as Hudson's attacking her, she's gonna wrap her arms around the closest foot to her, okay? So for this situation, it's gonna be Hudson's left foot, okay? And that's, for now, Grace needs to get to her knees as fast as possible, okay? And from that point on, she's gonna clamp down on Hudson's foot and ankle while pushing on her left shoulder, okay? Now, once Hudson's on the ground, it's not over yet, okay? So, she's going again here. So Grace needs to secure this takedown before she stands up, okay? So that's, again, she's hugging the leg, putting pressure on Hudson's shin or on his knee. Now, once she's achieved that, she's gonna take her outside hand, she's gonna plant it on the floor, and then she's gonna do what's called a technical stand-up, okay? So she's gonna get her on one leg at a time. And as she's doing that, she's gonna drag Hudson's foot towards her so Hudson can fully be on his back. Cool. Now, Grace can do a multitude of different things, okay? She can kick him in the face, kick him in the stomach, okay? Then stop him on the dick. But the main thing is she's gone up, he's on the ground, and she can now run away.
This video is circulating now of another elder Asian woman being attacked and robbed in broad daylight. There is no excuse for the perpetrator's actions. But what is most infuriating about this video is watching that bystander stand there and do absolutely nothing. I mean, what is he thinking? The victim is literally looking at him, asking for help, and he just throws up his hands and walks away. We are reposting a bystander intervention technique that he could have used in that scenario to help her instead of just walking away. Hi, today's self-defense move is for bystander intervention, specifically for a scenario when you have someone attacking another person, standing up, throwing punches at them. So you have an attacker and they're beating someone up. You come across this on the street or something. What you're gonna first do is come up from behind the attacker. You're gonna grab him by the top and pull him back a little bit. Here, this actually puts all the weight on their back leg. This is the leg you're gonna attack. You're gonna step sideways, stomp their knee down onto the ground, and now with two hands on their clothes, you're gonna pull them slightly backwards towards that down knee until they fall down. Make sure you tell your victim to run, and you can transfer to a knee on belly to control your attacker perpetrator, or you get up and run as well. All right, today's self-defense move of the day is how to escape a hair pull, which is obviously more common for women, but for guys with long hair as well. So if your perpetrator is attacking you from behind and grabs your hair and pulls you, one of the first things you want to do is attack with your back arm, elbow to the face right here. You want to turn and step into it to close the distance from the hair pull so they don't have leverage to pull. So pull my hair. If he stays away from you, you can't hit back. So you want to step in and attack. From here, if it doesn't work, what you want to do is close the distance by collapsing his elbow in. So from here, this stops him from pulling your hair even more and separating distance. Try to pull back a little bit. So you want to hold it and just tug on here, right? From here, once you feel comfortable, you want to do an up elbow. Aim for the nose and chin. When you do this, keep your hand tight to your body. You're going to drive from your hip and your foot upward here. And if he still hasn't let go, grab the back of his neck and throw it knee to the solar plex here. That should at least bend him over. Push your perpetrator away. Hey, give me that phone. Hey, what are you doing, man? Hey, what are you now? What are you doing? Stop. It's on my phone. Hey, give me that phone. Hey, what are you doing, man? Help. Hey, everybody. So today we are going to teach you another self-defense technique for when you're attacked on public transportation or like a bus. This scenario is when we're sitting down and someone is directly in front of you. So to understand that first is that in this type of environment or any kind of public transportation, there's a lot less room, a lot more obstacles in your way that you have to be cautious of. One of the key things is that the aisle is your main point of exit and regress from a bad situation. So if someone's standing there, you have to reestablish that leverage as soon as possible. However, when someone's coming, an attacker is standing directly in front of you, you lose that. So if the attacker is here, I can't stand up, right? Because he's going to attack me. He has to leverage. However, say I was on my phone and I saw the attacker coming, the first thing I want to do is look up and get away. You want to get that distance, get back into the aisle, exit if you can. However, say it's too late and you don't see the attacker coming ahead of time, he's here, he's attacking you. Drop your phone so you have two hands to defend yourself. The first thing you want to do is put your hands up so it protects your head, makes it hard for him to punch you. The next step, the most important thing, is you're basically trying to close the distance between the attacker and you so they cannot generate enough momentum to hit you and hurt you. The way you can do that is you're grabbing anything of his clothes, his body, you're going to kick out his leg and pull him into your body as tight as you can. You're going to establish an arm control here, and as well as neck control back here, so you hold his head down and control his body. As he tries to get up, you try to kick his leg down, keep him down. You're basically trying to mitigate as much damage to you as possible. Even his free arm is going to be much harder for him to hit you because he doesn't have leverage. So right here, you're asking people to help you. You're yelling at the bus driver to stop the bus and get other people to intervene. You're basically stalling and mitigating harm to your body as much as possible.
So I'm going to tell you about the 8 stroller safety awareness tips. So number 1, get off your phone. I know we always want to be on our phone. We want to listen to music. We want to talk to our friends. At the same time, we have to be aware of our surroundings. Number 2, take off or do not use your noise canceling headphones. I know you want to listen to music. I know you want to be on your phone and talk to your friends again, but you have to be aware of what's around you. Okay, especially if you can't, see somebody coming up from your side. If you do want to listen to music, you could use a Bluetooth speaker, like what I have in my stroller caddy. Just as loud and just as fun. So number 3, keep your weapons of choice, say your pepper spray or a pocket knife, with you in your stroller caddy. I like to keep my pepper spray easily available just in case something happens. Easily available. Number 4, do not hang things off of your stroller. I know as moms, we like the convenience of having everything with us and, our hands are always busy. But if you keep things on your stroller, it really sets you as a target for different perpetrators, attackers, robbers, that our stuff is just with us right here. And if they do pull on your bag that's attached to your stroller, it pulls the stroller and your child with them. So it could harm your kid as well. Another thing is that you just want to be safe. Put everything under your stroller, what it's used for. Keep everything clear. Number 5, keep your phone and your bag separate. Just in case they take your bag, you would still have your phone. I like to keep my phone in my stroller caddy right here with me. And also, you can also keep your wallet with you. I like to keep mine in my pocket, away from my bag, just in case they can take it. Tip number 6, use your bag as a distraction. Say if you get robbed or attacked, you can actually throw your purse away to keep you and your baby safe. That's most important. This is why we also want to keep your phone and your bag separate. Tip number 7, if you're walking on the sidewalk, always walk towards oncoming traffic. Right now, I have no visual about what's behind me in case somebody might jump out of their car and grab my belongings. So right now, I'm walking towards traffic. Cars are coming towards me, okay? This way, I have a visual for any potential threats. And if you need to, walk on the other side of the street, just for your safety and your baby's safety. Tip number 8, when you're walking on the sidewalk, always walk away from the curb. Right now, I can't tell if a car is gonna come up right next to me and grab me, grab my baby, or grab my belongings. So I want to keep safe. I want to stay on this side of the sidewalk, closer to the building. That way I have more visual about what's in front of me and what's beside of me. See how much I have more time to react. And in case a bystander is there, they can come and help.
What's up, guys? Welcome back. I'm here today with Jeremy from Asians Are Strong. Thanks for helping me out, brother. And we're just going over the defense technique against that low line stabbing attack that's straight up center line. So like this, we're just basically stabbing in the center line, okay? So we talked about in our last video about the characteristics of a knife fight. If you don't know, please go and check that video. If not, we're gonna break down the tactics of how to approach this situation. So if I can't aware and avoid because I try to, but I end up backing myself into a corner or I'm in an elevator, I have no other choice but to defend myself because I can't escape. So the first thing is, if you noticed in the video, when he was separated from me and further away, my fighting stance was kind of like this. Then as he closed distance, I went from here to here. Why? Because if I have my hands out right here, he can literally take the knife and cut my hand if he wanted to. Stab or just kind of like just slash at it like that. I'm giving him a target. But when I bring my hands close to myself and make a fist, and I'm really tight like so, what I'm doing, I'm also protecting my flexor tendons. Flexor tendons is what control your grip. If I get cut here, I lose the ability to grip. Also, me bringing everything in tight forces him to come closer so I can effectively defend myself. So this is your fighting stance if you know that a knife is coming at you. Super tight like this. Just keeping your elbows in. Think T-Rex arms and just basically sniffing your knuckles. Okay. So we want to be able to minimize injury to yourself. So the attack is coming. So if you're a female or carrying a purse, that's what I see on the street a lot. When we use this as an example, what I see a lot is people holding it in their dominant hand. That creates an issue. I recommend carrying the purse in your non-dominant hand so you can use your dominant hand to push away and have strength to create distance. If you have a laptop in here, you can use that as a shield. Like, hey, stop, stop, stop. He's coming in. I can use that to brace myself and maybe even push him away and then run. Maybe if I can drop the purse and give it to him, it gives me a less weight to run, and it's just a laptop. Your life is more precious than that. So don't worry about your belongings, okay? So now we're going to go into a little detail about the technique. It's called the split X. And in traditional martial arts, it's usually taught like this. So when he comes in for that low line stab, they create this kind of like low line, like this little X sign, and they stop it like so in traditional martial arts. The problem with this is you have to be precise, and also you're using two hands like so, where it's to the ability where he can use his hand and push down onto my hands, pull his knife back, and get cut. So that creates an issue. But we can take the basic foundation from this and teach the split X. Let me show you. So we're going to start off teaching by this motion here. What we're going to do is we're going to open our hands, and one's going to go high and one's going to go low. My right hand, the outside of my forearm is making contact between his elbow and his shoulder right here. And then the outside of my left hand is going to go inside his right forearm in between the elbow and the wrist. So it creates this kind of split X. And it creates this sort of a funnel. And what you're doing is creating very powerful structure. So as Jeremy's coming trying to stab me, he's not going to make contact. And you can go as hard as you can. Go a little bit harder, 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 as hard as you can. Keep going, as hard as you can. Go. One more, a little harder, a little bit harder. Cool, thank you. All right? So as you can see, that works really, really well. And if you notice, Jeremy was grabbing me here. So in a real life situation, what people tend to do instinctually is, I want you to walk up to me and grab my shirt and then try to stab me, okay? They normally try to take care of this arm first. But you have to understand, this is not what's going to kill you. This is what's going to kill you. Who cares if he's grabbing me? If you notice when he was grabbing me, I paid no attention to that. This is what's going to kill me, so I'm going to focus my attention on this. I can still create structure, and even if he grabs me in a really tight clinch, like so, so hold me down really tight. I can't move, I can't go left and right, it's pretty strong. And he comes in and stab, I can still, go ahead and stab. I can still create that separation between myself and the knife, okay? So once again, that split X, keeping good solid structure. The next thing that we're gonna do is go in. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna take my back of my right hand, I'm gonna go palm down and hook on the back of the elbow. The reason why I wanna do that is I wanna have two hands against one. So also, the knife attacks are in repetitive motion. So as he pulls back, I might not be able to hold on, so pull back really hard. I have missed the opportunity, but I can easily come back and create that split X structure when he comes in again. So if I get a good hold and he's able to, when he pulls back, it actually drives this momentum for me to knee. And what I'm meaning is basically anything low line. I can go for the groin, but what I really want to do is basically get his leg to post back. So if he's standing up straight like this, he has pretty good structure, but if I post his leg back, it drops. You see him drop, so I have more control of him, and he's structurally broken. So once again, coming from split X, as he pulls back, I'm going to grab the back of his elbow. When he pulls, I'm going to step forward my left leg. I'm going to get into the knee, which breaks the structure. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my back muscles like a rowing motion. I'm not using my biceps. I'm using my back. Rowing. Structurally, it's stronger than your biceps. So I'm rolling him in, bringing his elbow to the tip of my sternum. Okay. From this point, I'm just basically going to take my left hand and cover my right, my left palm, just cover up my right knuckle. Looks like this. And what this does is creates a very solid base where there's no room to wiggle. So if he tries to pull his arm out, I'm pretty solid. Okay. At this point, I'm going to use my right hand. I'm going to pretend I'm shaking hands, and my left hand is waving bye-bye. So once again, shaking hand, waving bye-bye like this. I'm going to clip them together like that, and it's going to be right on this tricep tendon, and I'm going to bring my shoulders parallel 90 degrees like so. So it's pretty tight. So try to pull away, right? And then I know what you're thinking. Oh, I can just take his leg and take him down. I get it. But as I'm instructing this is just a moment in time, okay? So from this situation, once I have control of the arm, I know that he can't stab me. Notice that the knife is pointing down. When it's pointing down, you're doing it correctly. If the knife is pointing up or like this, he can easily pull away. So go ahead and pull away. There's no structure in that, okay? So knife is pointing down, I'm here. At this point, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a foot change to take him down. What I'm doing is I'm taking my right leg, I'm just gonna step back, not too, like I'm walking, I'm stepping backwards, just like you're walking. And then I'm gonna basically take his head and drive it toward my right foot, which takes him down flat on the stomach, like so. So from here, boom. And then what I always talk about is you never ever wanna drop your knees onto the ground because you don't know there are needles or broken glass. You always wanna land on your opponent. So what I'm doing here is I'm taking my right knee and I'm putting on top of his head, taking my left knee and dropping it on his ribs. At this point, I'm gonna give verbal cues to drop the knife. If he does not drop the knife, I need to break something on him that will cause him not to attack me. So what I'll do is I'm basically gonna reach forward and do a Superman motion until his shoulder pops off out of alignment. So I'm dislocating that shoulder. At that point, how do I break safety? I'm just gonna go like this. I can push off, get up. If I want to make sure he doesn't come up after me, I just stomp on this ankle to break it and then run, okay? So putting that all together, I have my fighting stance. The split X comes out. I grab the back of the elbow. As he pulls back, I step forward knee, bringing the shoulder or his elbow to my sternum. I create that grip. I take it down and I land on top of him, giving him verbal cues to drop the knife. And at that point, if you don't feel safe to take your to get up, you can just yell and help, ask for help nearby until the cops get there. So that's basically it.
Questions? Vegas with my mom for her birthday. Just eating at the Bacchanal buffet and stuff like that. You pervert! Oh shit! Oh, you creep! Hey everyone. So today we're gonna go over the proper technique to how to execute a groin strike or a kick or knee to the dick. Now, there are three main things to consider when you're thinking about executing a move like this. That's number one is distance. Number two is positioning, leg positioning of your perpetrator. And number three is positioning of where to attack, where to aim, basically. So number one, distance is going to dictate what kind of strike you can use at all. If my perpetrator is standing this far away, I can't knee him this far. There's only two I can do. That is the soccer kick here, or the like the Spartan kick stomp towards the groin area. So we're going to cover the first one first, and that is the knee, the one that's close quarter here. Usually, and we're using this as our fake bar scene, where a lot of times this happens when someone's really close and you want to get them away, they may get aggressive with you. Now, a lot of times the first thing people want to do when they're thinking about doing a knee to the groin area is actually pull down and try to knee. As you can see, what happens when you do this, the person naturally brings the arm up to defend and pops their hip back, which makes it actually harder for you to hit that target. So he actually can defend it. What you can do here actually is do it to the knee, but to the face better. That is actually more effective. So going back to wanting to attack his groin, what you want to do is kind of distract his eyes, keep your hands up like, hey, stay away, stay away. This keeps him upright. His pelvic is more exposed, and so is groin area. From here, you can knee forward that way. Or like in the video, get something to cover his eyes, block his vision, like throw a drink or water here. You can push him up first and then throw a knee to the groin area. And what you want to do is come straight in towards the right under the belt line, because that's likely obviously where it's going to be. And even if it's not, he will flinch, and that might give you an opportunity to strike the head, strike the face. Now going back to a farther distance, that means if he's this far away, I can't knee. The two things I can do is going to be a soccer kick or a stop here, right? So which one do I use? That depends on how his legs are, right? So if Jeremy is coming at me and his feet are like together, and he comes to, like, we're standing here, we're talking, and Jeremy's feet are together, it's a lot harder for me to do a soccer kick right up here because I have to aim right here. I'm likely looking down, so I'm telegraphing what I might do. And if Jeremy wants to defend it, he's just going to clamp his legs together and stop my leg, and now to push it back, and we're fighting again here. So in this position, thinking about his legs, what I would prefer to do is actually stop. He has a lot less defense here. And what you're going to do is bring your knee up and extend forward. And we're going to aim with our heel in this specific move because we're not actually sure where his groin is, especially if they're sagging. So this is the third point, is the positioning of where to aim, is where the groin area is. Now you want to aim where the belt line is, but if you think your perpetrator is sagging, then you can aim slightly above it. But if you aim with your heel, you get a lot more surface area on your foot, so you're going to stop right there and kick forward and push as hard as you can and pull your foot right back. So that's knee up, kick forward, and come back. Now, in the other scenario where a soccer kick will be more effective is if he's walking at me. So if Jeremy walks at me, you see his leg is now open, his gait is open, I step backward, and now I can kick forward right here. And what I'm going to do is swing my hip forward and kick through. You want to kick all the way up so that depending on where his pants are, if his pants are sagging and whatnot, you're going to kick all the way up and really make connection from there and pull back and get away. So those are your top three considerations when you're going to execute a groin strike. Number one is distance between you and the perpetrator. Number two is their positioning of their leg and feet. And number three is where to aim. Hope that helps.
Whoa. Hey, no. Hey, how you guys doing? So you guys have been asking about how to deal with multiple attackers. So us here at Asian Are Strong, we have a couple of fundamental concepts that we want to share with you. Now, before I begin, it's very, very important that not all confrontations are created equal. Anything could go wrong at a moment's notice. Now, it's really, really important to have good situational awareness. Also, if you are in a disadvantaged position, you must change your environment so that you can be in a more advantageous position so that the odds are stacked more for you as opposed to against you. Now, number one is going to be identifying your attackers and the positions of them. Number two is going to be, once you identify the attackers and the positions, you're going to identify your escape routes, also choke points to avoid. And number three, if you do need to engage or defend yourself, you're going to have to keep your attackers at what's called a linear pattern or a single file line. So you're engaging or defending one person at a time as opposed to 2 or 3 or 4. Number one, actually, before I begin, get off this thing. Do your best to not be glued to your phone as best as possible. It's really important to have good situational awareness, especially dealing with multiple attackers. So going into it, I need to, number one, identify my attackers and how many there are, and the positions they're in. So as you can see from right at this point, I have 2 attackers directly in front of me. Now, what I can do now, I can use my peripherals to scan my environment, make sure there's no one behind me. And if you can avoid the conflict at all costs by running away, run away. Number 2, after I identify my attackers and positions, I can start strategizing on where my escape routes are, also which choke points to avoid. Now, for example, it's a natural tendency for a lot of people to kind of back up against the wall or what's called a choke point. As you can tell from here, I've neglected completely 50% of my escape routes. It's important, especially when dealing with multiple attackers, you want to position yourself at the most advantageous position as possible. Now, as you can see, if I had just turned myself through the street, I have this whole entire open area to escape. I have the sidewalk to run against, and also I can run between these cars. It's important in this situation that you need to mitigate harm by getting out of there as safely as possible and doing your best to not engage with the attackers. Number 3, the very last resort. Now let's just say I'm forced to engage my attackers. It's very, very important to keep them what's called a linear pattern or a single file line. So for example here, I have 2 attackers in front of me. The last thing I want them to do is to surround me or outflank me. As you can see from here in this position, it's extremely disadvantageous. I'm forced to engage with 2 attackers at once, as opposed to 1 attacker at once. Now, to create that linear pattern, you need to do whatever you need to do to either shuffle or run, using your environment to your advantage. As you can see from here, I have 2 vehicles that I can go between, and I can funnel them through here. As you can see, as I'm funneling them, as they're coming through between these 2 vehicles, I can engage 1 attacker at a time, as opposed to 2 of them at the same time. This whole time, I am causing the scene, I'm making noise. I'm trying to draw as much attention as possible so that either a bystander can intervene or higher echelon of care can come. Now, if I can avoid the conflict at all costs by running away,
hey man, what are you doing, man? Hey, that's my phone, man.
Give me your phone. Give me your phone. Give me. Get him.
Oh, man.
Get him, man.
Stop.
Yeah, stay down. Stay down.
Huh?
Hey,
What are you
hey,
doing?
hey, what are you doing? Hey,
stop the bus. Call the police. Hey, film this. Hey guys, help me out. Help me out. What's up, buddy? Welcome to the Hotel California. Hey, how you guys doing? So what we're gonna cover today is bystander intervention, specifically reverting back to our hollaback 5Ds. So what are our 5Ds? It's distract, it's delegate, it's document, direct, and also delay. First thing what I need to do is distract. How do I do that? I need to make some sort of noise. I need to cause a scene. I can do that by either yelling or singing, whatever I can possibly do to catch the attacker off guard. After that, I'm going to delegate the bus driver by alerting him to stop the bus. Why do I want him to stop the bus? Is because it's going to be much easier for me to intervene on a stationary bus as opposed to a moving bus. Now, I can delegate 1 more person to call the authorities, delegate another person to film or to document by filming. Also, if possible, getting the attention of other bystanders to help me intervene. Now, this whole entire time, I'm still making noise, I'm still causing a scene, I'm still distracting. If all else fails, this is when I'm going to actually directly intervene. Now, after I've controlled the attacker, what's really important is the delay part. I need to make sure, I need to stay back and make sure that the victim is safe and okay.
Thank you.
Look, watch where you going.
Yo, what's going on, man? Hey everyone, today we're going to go over how to avoid a straight punch. We've shown you how to avoid those crazy looping haymakers, which are most of the attacks. But today we're going to show you in those certain situations where someone straight punches you right down the pipe. The first thing is, if you can avoid the confrontation, avoid it. So you have to have situational awareness, which means you need to get off your phone. You can hold it, but if you're on your phone, you need to have situational awareness and be aware of your surroundings and look around. And you try to avoid it if you can. If you see a threat coming, avoid it if you can. Now, sometimes it's not. Sometimes that person's really looking for a problem. They walk out of the way and hit you, like in this situation. The first thing you need to do is get into a defensive stance. Put your hands up, take a step back, whatever your dominant leg is in the back here. Unlike the video where you saw earlier, I'm like here just talking like, I'm completely vulnerable. Having your hands up is going to already help you be in a more advantageous and defensive position because it already starts blocking some of his potential attacks. So Jeremy's throwing his hands at me. I'm already kind of blocking a little bit here, keeping my stance open. Now, the technique we're going to show you today about how to avoid it is going to be a parry and a slip. What the goal of that is, you're going to redirect the punch and move out of the way at the same time. So the first part of that is the parry. So when he throws his punch, I just move out the way. I push his hand from the outside in to redirect it away from me, right? So from behind me, you can see it. Jeremy's punching. I'm just doing that just enough to get it off my center line, right there. The second step of this is going to be a slip. And what you're going to do is when he punches, I'm going to take jab step out, a quick little step out, and move right out to his outside of the attacking arm again as well. One more time, just like that. And now we're going to put it together. So he's going to throw his punch. I push out the way, step out. That redirects his attack away from me. I'm also avoiding to the opposite side. That creates as much distance for me to be in a safe zone from here. Now I can decide what I want to do. I can either just run away, I can push him, or if he's still engaging, he's pretty tough here, you can do a counter punch. If you still have your phone in your hand, you chop him right in the neck, right there. All right, so now we're gonna break down the footwork in more detail. So going back to how it all started, you wanna get into your defensive stance first, like your hands up, foot back, keeping this like fighter stance space. So if Jeremy's attacking me, I want to keep this space. I don't want to cross my leg and run backwards. I want to keep this space so I can operate, and this is how I'm going to keep my stance going. So now, when we talk about the specific techniques and moves, we're going to start off with the parry. When you throw the punch, push out the way, you don't have to move your feet at all, really. For here, you're just going to redirect the punch out of the way and slip to the side. So the slip is when you actually have to take a step. So what you're going to do is when he punches, you can take a quick jab step to the outside. One more time, he's throwing his punch. I just got to get off the center line where he's aiming for. I'm just moving out just enough so he doesn't hit my head. And that's how you take a step first here. Putting that together, I'm going to parry, step here, right? One more time, here. Now I'm on the outside of Jeremy here. What I'm going to do here is now pivot. So I'm going to plant my foot, the one I just took a step with, and turn my other foot over here. This gives me distance and puts me in a position where he can't attack me. So I'm in a much more safer and more advantageous position now. From here, you can decide if you want to push him away, punch him, whatever it is that you feel like you can get to a safer position.
Okay, thank you all for tuning in to today's Asian Justice Rally online program. My name is Brian Pang, pronouns are he, him, and I'm here with my co-hosts Chris Lan and Jimmy Hua and Jizlan Chan. Today's Asian Justice Rally was held nationwide across 6 different cities. It was held today on January 30th on the anniversary of 84-year-old Thai grandfather Vicha Ratanapakdeed's death. And today is also Fred Korematsu Day. Fred was a Japanese-American civil rights activist. In today's rally, we commemorated Mr. Ratanapakdee and many other victims of Asian hate and violence. There's several of them listed, shown here in my background, portraits by JDS Chang. And today's rally is also for us to take collective action to fight anti-Asian hate and racism. Today also marks the beginning of the Stop Asian Hate movement, which was sparked by Mr. Ratanapakdee's death, as his death was caught on CCTV camera and consequently posted online. And seeing this footage was very difficult for many in our communities. And these incidents continue to surge throughout 2021. And now we're on January 30th, 2022, and we haven't seen signs of it slowing down through today. In addition to honoring the victims, today's rally also serves the purpose to refocus the general public towards the persistent and systemic levels of anti-Asian violence and racism at this 1-year anniversary of Mr. Ratanapakdee's death and also the 1-year mark of the Stop Asian Hate movement. Today's rally also inspired more conversation across numerous Asian American leaders and community, corporate, and civic spaces about the next steps to advance our Asian American movement. The links to today's recordings, including this stream, are available on demand on the website asianjusticerally.org if you'd like to replay or watch parts that you might have missed. So in closing, we would like to thank you for tuning in and engaging with us in today's Asian Justice Rally. Hopefully we all had an opportunity to honor and commemorate all these victims of hate, and hope that we also did some self-examination of how we can further support our movement. And we hope that we also learned some things about how to defend ourselves as well as each other when physically threatened. More importantly, let's make sure we are taking all these learnings and energy to inspire further actions and next steps in advancing our movement. The best way we can ensure all these senseless violence and injuries and all the trauma that we've endured as a community, all the lives lost, are not for nothing. Let's choose to honor those lives lost and make sure their legacies will continue to live on. Right? Let's support the countless victims of hate and trauma and work to ensure that we never have to experience these things again. Let's do this through our collective community action starting today. Let's not let all these stories be reduced to a statistic or an afterthought and eventually forgotten. Let's continue fighting for justice, equality, equity, and inclusion. And let's do it now. Right? The rallying cry here for today's rally is "We will not be silenced." And unlike Vicha Ratanapakdee a year ago today, when he was tragically attacked and eventually killed, let's make sure we support each other so that we won't have to walk alone. But let's work to build a nation where we can walk alone. So we would also like to acknowledge all the organizers for today's event. At the national level, we have the APAs versus Hate team. We also have Stand with Asian Americans and the Asian Leaders Alliance. In San Francisco, we thank the Stand with Asians team, the Delta Chinatown Initiative, Dear Community, and Asians Are Strong teams. In New York, we thank the Asian American Federation, Soar Over Hate, Main Street Patrol. In Chicago, we thank the Coalition for a Better Chinese American Community, OCA Greater Chicago, AAPI Greater Chicago. In Los Angeles, we thank the Thai Community Development Center, the OCA Greater Los Angeles team. In Atlanta, we thank Center for Pan-Asian Community Services, Thai Association of Georgia, National Association of Chinese Americans. In Philadelphia, we thank the Philip J. Son Memorial Foundation, Pan-Asian Senior Services, Federation of Korean American Associations of Northeast Partners, which consists of NAPABA, APAPA, Council of Korean Americans, and the Yellow Whistle. And we thank many other organizations, all the speakers today, and all the individual organizers, especially those who braved the inclement weather in Philadelphia and in New York. And thank you, all viewers and participants. We hope you now enter the arena and take action. You can do this. We can all make an impact. You don't need a title or be in a leadership role to take action. And remember, doing something is infinitely more than doing nothing. I do want to also say a special thanks to the team behind today's online program. Thank you so much, Chris Lin, Jislan Chan, Daryl K, and Jimmy Hua. With that, we are signing off. Thank you all for your partnership and leadership, Chris. Happy Lunar New Year to everyone. Remember to roar this year. It's Year of the Tiger. And please, let's #break the silence.